oligarchs in this country, because we had our great moment that in Ukraine never came, for instance, right? Because it's a difficult moment to have. It's a moment which will deeply shake all your politics. Romania put in jail over 18 ministers, the prime minister, the entire family of our former president, and even, you know. So that is a number of these generals. I mean, we could not put them all because they're all into it, but at least a few, right? And if you look what happened with the judge who did the bravest sentence on this judge had been excluded from magistracy in this country as we speak, which is a clear example for all the other judges that nobody should ever do what she did. And we struggled a lot with my friends at National Endowment for Democracy in Washington to help her. We fought the situation in various courts. But more than the bad guys against whom she was after, she was in the end sentenced by the lack of courage of the magistracy in this country to rally around her. They all hated her simply because she tried to prove that you can judge a trial in a week instead of 7 years, as they generally do in corruption cases, hoping that something will happen, someone will take their case, and they will not be involved in this controversial thing. So context is changing. The context today is far worse than it was when we became democratic. The same thing can be said for some of the Western Balkan countries, some of the Eastern Balkan countries. And we have to fight to keep some of this context favorable, because domestic reformers do exist. They exist everywhere. I mean, Moldova next to us is the best example. And I'd like to thank the organizers for inviting these mayors from Moldova. I've shot a documentary with a Reuters journalist 15 years ago when we were on where should Europe end. In fact, it was just advocacy for liberalizing visas to Moldovans and Ukrainians. And we were very impressed by the quality of mayors, particularly mayors on the borders who saw Europe down there, and they knew that only a river separates them from El Dorado. So I'm really glad that today there are steps ahead, that they're integrated, and that the European Union, I think this week or a few days ago, even signed some sort of border management agreement with Moldova. I mean, this doesn't mean much because we have no troops to send to Moldova, we as EU. Or we have no troops to send to Ukraine. Even the discussion is controversial, but it will mean much, because as we will discover, and with this I end, the traditional tools which enabled a more favorable context, and which I have seen working in Western Balkans, like European enlargement, just give somebody a perspective and the rest will happen. This tool worked in an environment where security was ensured by someone else. Right, by NATO bombing Belgrade, for instance. I'm not saying that's a good thing and we should do this again. But that's how it worked. And if you lose security, the tools of the foreign policy tools of the European Union are weak. Yes, we have our values. Yes, we strongly project what the model should be. So yes, we give people something to rally around. We call this a gravity model. You know, people are attracted towards our gravity model. All this is true, but there are some essentials, and the essential thing is security. You have to ensure this for all the rest of democratization to come into place. And even then, as I try to tell you, illustrating with the Romanian example, it's not an easy job. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. We will follow with the session on mayors of democracy, and we will switch to Romanian. So if I can ask you to please take devices from outside if you didn't. Right. Meanwhile, we have the honor to have with us today the mayor of the second district in Bucharest, Radu Mihaiu. If I can welcome you on stage. We also have online mayors from the Republic of Moldova, Vladislav Cociu from Ștefan Vodă, and Serghei Anastov, the mayor of Comrat. I guess everybody's here. So today's session is going to be about mayors for democracy, and this is going to be a very open dialogue with mayors from both Romania and the Republic of Moldova. And in the interest of time, I will just go straight into it, and now I will switch to Romanian. Do we have... Yes. Bună dimineața, domnilor primari. Așa că, dacă îmi permiteți să spargem gheața, aș vrea să trec direct la o întrebare și să-mi spuneți, dumneavoastră, când vă gândiți la democrație, într-un cuvânt, ce înseamnă pentru dumneavoastră?
Bună dimineața, sper că mă aud. Mulțumesc mult pentru invitație. Pentru mine, democrația înseamnă ca orice decizie să fie înțeleasă de cei pentru care se ia acea decizie. Pot să nu fie de acord cu ea, dar măcar să fie înțeleasă și să urmărim un interes pe termen lung. Din punctul ăsta de vedere, e important și fac acest lucru eu din punctul ăsta de vedere, este important să ne consultăm cu oamenii, să stăm de vorbă, să le explicăm deciziile și, de ce nu de multe ori, să le îmbunătățim atunci când ei au idei mai bune.
Și dacă ar fi să ne spuneți doar un cuvânt când vă gândiți la democrație?
Un singur. Responsabilitate.
Responsabilitate. Mulțumesc. Domnule Cociu, aceeași întrebare? Nu avem sunet. O secundă.
Sí.
Nu, trebuie să avem sunet în sală pentru ei. Domnule Cociu, vă rog din nou.
Da, bună ziua! Da, eu atunci când m-am întrebat despre democrație, eu mă gândesc la istorie și mă duc gândurile în Grecia antică, în Atena, atunci când împăratul Solon și a fost printre primii care a introdus noțiunea de alegeri, de consilii, de adunare. A fost printre primii care a delegat acest vot de încredere a poporului către acei consilieri și mă gândesc la o formă de guvernare care supremația aparține poporului.
Mulțumesc. Domnule Anastov.
Eu îmi cer scuze de o concluzie sau... Eu sunt Ion Dolea, primarul Comunei Pălibaș la Ion. Acum, probabil, domnul Anastasu nu cunosc.
Ne cer scuze. Aceeași întrebare și pentru dumneavoastră. Când vă gândiți la democrație, un cuvânt?
Într-un cuvânt, simt o libertate. Libertate de a alege, libertate de ca societatea să se implice în luarea deciziilor și, în general, vă gândesc că democrația pentru Republica Moldova s-a asociat cu Uniunea Europeană.
Mulțumesc. În următoarea întrebare aș vrea să vă întreb care este nivelul de participare al cetățenilor din orașul dumneavoastră la luarea deciziilor?
Aș răspunde eu primul. Aș spune că, sigur, cel mai important nivel de luarea deciziilor este în momentul alegerilor, pentru că atunci se decid reprezentanții. Cetățenii își desemnează niște reprezentanți care să gândească deciziile și să le pună în aplicare. Din punctul ăsta de vedere, aș spune că, din păcate, în România, din ce în ce mai puțini oameni fac acest exercițiu și, din păcate, prezența la alegeri este una destul de mică. Pe de altă parte, sunt multe grupuri civice, multe organizații neguvernamentale care participă la luarea deciziilor, inclusiv în dezbaterile organizate de autoritatea publică, inclusiv în a propune soluții. La noi, în sectorul 2, chiar s-au întâmplat, sunt proiecte care au pornit de la societatea civilă și s-au implementat sau urmează să se implementeze. Sunt ajustări de proiecte care au pornit de la feedback-ul oamenilor și există o implicare. Deci există o parte importantă a societății care se implică și care, sigur, poate fi luată în seamă și putem să ne ajustăm politicile în funcție de această parte activă a societății, dar există și o parte a societății care nu se implică foarte mult, din păcate, și trebuie să facem eforturi să implicăm mai mult decât până acum, pentru că în România la alegeri se prezintă mult mai puțini oameni decât se întâmplă în alte democrații consolidate. Mulțumesc.
Domnule Cociu, aceeași întrebare?
Cred că la un grad destul de înalt și aici vreau să fac trimitere la actele normative care reglementează aceste aspecte, în special la Constituția Republicii Moldova, la legea privind transparența în procesul decizional și, bineînțeles, legea noastră 436 a administrației publice locale, care în sine ne obligă să includem toate deciziile Consiliului, dispozițiile primarului în lista registrului stat actelor normative locale. Începând de la aprobarea bugetului, la final de an, noi implementăm acest exercițiu democratic, unde sunt organizate audieri publice, dezbatere asupra bugetului, unde orice cetățean poate să intervină, să vină cu obiectivele sale, cu acele precizii din a obține acele realizări a comunității. Avem o sumedenie de instrumente, în special sondaje, chestionare, consultări publice, pentru că orice proiect care ne propunem să-l realizăm, neapărat îl consultăm cu cetățenii și indiferent de orice infrastructură, fie un drum care vrem să-l reparăm, din nou întrebăm cetățenii. Și însuși monitorizarea celor implementări obiective este asigurată de cetățeni. De ce eu consider că aici în Ștefan Vodă oamenii sunt direct implicați în procesele decizionale.
Vă mulțumesc. Domnule Dogalniuc?
Ca să continuăm în principiu gândul domnului primar Ștefan Vodă, deci implicarea cetățenilor în tot ce înseamnă guvernarea locală, guvernarea țării este esențială pentru o democrație veritabilă. Ori noi, în calitate, deja trecând acele instruiri a partenerilor europeni, am format diferite sau am creat diferite oportunități cetățenilor de a implica în procesul decizional, de a cunoaște toate problemele localității, de a selecta acele probleme și priorități care consideră că sunt necesare la prima etapă de implementat și, nu în ultimul rând, de a se implica în procesul de soluționare a problemelor identificate.
Mulțumesc. Acum, ca o continuare la întrebarea anterioară, dacă ar fi să alegeți un aspect fundamental pe care ar vrea să-l îmbunătățiți în acest proces, care ar fi?
Cred că este important să găsim o formulă mai bună de a avea un dialog real cu cetățenii și sigur că în comunitățile mari, sectorul 2 are 370.000 de persoane, în comunitățile mari e mai dificil să consulți pe toată lumea și atunci avem nevoie de niște mecanisme cumva mai bune pentru a sta de vorbă efectiv cu toți cetățenii. Din acest punct de vedere, cred că niște soluții digitale pot fi un început de soluție, dar doar un început, pentru că nu toată lumea are acces la aceste soluții digitale. Sunt persoane importante și segmente importante din cetățeni care nu au acces la soluțiile digitale și la metodele acestea de dialog social, dar probabil în timp ușor soluțiile acestea vor avea din ce în ce mai multă tracțiune și cred că tipul acesta de dialog cumva educat, cumva informat, trebuie să fie din ce în ce mai prezent în luarea de decizii publice. Din păcate, în ședințele de Consiliu Local, deși toate ședințele de Consiliu Local ale sectorului 2 sunt publice, sunt transmise, participarea nu este foarte, foarte ridicată. Mi-aș dori să existe o participare mai ridicată la aceste ședințe. Mulțumesc.
Mulțumesc. Domnule Cociu?
E importantă comunicarea. Eu cred că trebuie să utilizăm la maxim toate instrumentele posibile pentru a le comunica cetățenilor. Și crearea unor oportunități participative. Drept exemplu, mai multă participare în procesul de elaborare a bugetelor participative, cât mai multe bugete participative ca oamenii să poată să vină cu idei de proiecte, să realizeze obiectivele comunității. Cam acestea sunt.
Vă mulțumesc. Domnule Dogalniuc?
Da, ați întrebat ce am schimbat în acest proces, ce am propune sau cum am putea îmbunătăți. Eu cred că pentru cetățenii Republicii Moldova și noi, ca țară care venim dintr-un sistem totalitar, odată cu apariția democrației, oamenii deci, având democrație, au uitat că au și responsabilități. Sau au perceput democrația numai prin drepturi și nu și responsabilități. Și cred că este necesar ca oamenii să înțeleagă că în acest proces avem și responsabilități. Aș pune accent pe respectarea legii de către toți cetățenii, indiferent de stare socială. Și ceea ce am început noi ca localitate și la nivel de localitate, de a implica cetățenii în rezolvarea problemelor propuse de lor, nu doar pentru participare pasivă, dar implicare în toate procesele, începând de la elaborarea caietului de sarcini, dacă vorbim despre un proiect tehnic, la toate etapele, inclusiv cu contribuție proprie la implementarea proiectului vizat.
Acum că ați menționat proiecte, aș vrea să-mi numiți un proiect prin care dumneavoastră ați încurajat implicarea cetățenilor în luarea deciziilor sau și un proiect care a pornit de la cetățeni și pe care l-ați implementat cu succes.
Aș menționa două proiecte. Unul dintre ele este reabilitarea unui loc de joacă dintr-un parc foarte central din București, locul de joacă din Grădina Icoanei, unde am avut mai multe consultări cu cetățenii, cu cei din zonă, cei care mergeau în parc, și consultarea care a avut cel mai mare efect a fost consultarea cu copiii. Pentru că i-am întrebat ce echipamente de joacă își doresc acolo și din acea discuție pur și simplu am modificat proiectul ca să acomodăm ceea ce a ceruseră copiii. Aproape toți în unison au cerut o piramidă din frânghii. Acum există și este foarte populară. Au venit oameni să-mi spună, au venit copii să pentru pentru această piramidă și le-am zis și lor că piramida a reieșit din consultarea cu copiii. Erau alte echipamente prevăzute pentru acel loc de joacă, dar dacă au cerut copiii acea piramidă, am pus-o și are un succes teribil. Și ăsta este un proiect care, sigur, pornise de la administrația locală, dar a fost ajustat în funcție de feedback-ul copiilor. Și un alt proiect important a pornit, efectiv, de la societatea civilă și care este acum în plină desfășurare. Se numește Pietonala Obor, care a pornit de la societatea civilă, de la o organizație neguvernamentală, care promovează pietonalizare și care spune că între stația de metrou Obor și piața Obor, e o distanță de câteva sute de metri, ar trebui să facem un spațiu pietonal mult mai mare. Sigur, acest proiect a avut nevoie de o muncă susținută, nu doar a urbaniștilor și arhitecților, ci și din partea altor departamente ale primăriei, dar suntem foarte aproape de implementarea lui și va transforma semnificativ o zonă tranzitată de 10.000 de oameni zilnic. Și ăsta este un proiect de care sunt foarte, foarte mândru, pentru că va duce spre o transformare radicală a celei mai mari piețe agroalimentare din sud-estul Europei.
Vă mulțumesc. Domnule Cociu, aceeași întrebare?
Da, deci la etapa incipientă, începând de la idei, ne consultăm cu cetățenii. Drept exemplu, pot să vă aduc câteva proiecte. Revitalizarea centrului istoric Chizil este denumirea veche a orașului Ștefănodă, care provine de la germani. Ea a inclus în sine o serie de politici locale, s-a finalizat un plan de revitalizare a centrului istoric și aici au participat cetățenii, au fost grupe, deci au fost participare după gen, după grupele sociale, după populația care locuiește în această zonă și am ieșit la un numitor comun, am obținut această finanțare și acum acest proiect este în continuă derulare. Un alt exemplu elocvent este reconstrucția parcului Eminescu aici la noi. De la etapa incipientă a fost consultat acest proiect, a fost votat, au fost propuse mai multe idei de proiect, dar oamenii s-au oprit asupra acestui proiect. Acest proiect a fost parte și din strategia de dezvoltare a orașului Ștefănodă. Și începând de la caietul de sarcini, începând de la achiziții publice, organizarea achizițiilor de lucrări și până la monitorizarea, până la recepția finală, am avut un comitet de monitorizare care permanent a monitorizat executarea de lucrări cu participarea cetățenilor din diferite categorii, începând de la tineret și în final au fost și persoane de vârstă înaintată care au participat la acest proiect. Mulțumesc!
Și noi vă mulțumim. Domnule Dogalniuc?
Da, ar fi mai multe proiecte, dar vreau să mă opresc la unul care, zic eu, a avut un impact și o implicare masivă a cetățenilor. Localitatea care am onoarea să o gestionez era prin o clădire care era pe statut de cinematograf. Ulterior, această clădire nu mai era folosită și practic se autodemolaseră și la cetățenilor, accesând și câteva proiecte, finanțare, programe de finanțare, am conversat această clădire în o sală polivalentă de sport, o sală polivalentă ca să facem diferența dintre urban și rural, nu pe înțelesul sălii polivalente într-un oraș, mai mică ca suprafață, de 300 de metri pătrați aproximativ, dar care au un impact și o implicare masivă a cetățenilor și în mod special a diasporei. Și dacă să vorbim că inițial am vorbit de la o sumă cu 20% în totalul care a fost implementat, apoi restul 80% a fost din diferite surse propuse de cetățeni, inclusiv menționez faptul contribuții financiare a cetățenilor, atât care sunt localnici din bloc, cât și polibășenilor care se află în afara țării. Și asta clădire arată, este, zicem, cartea de vizită la una din cartea de vizită a localității. Un alt proiect care a fost implementat la solicitarea cetățenilor a fost crearea unui bloc sanitar în incinta Centrului Cultural Lebaș. La fel, aici a fost creat primul grup de monitorizare care a participat la toate etapele de implementare a proiectului, inclusiv la etapele de recepție a lucrărilor și acele lucrări care, în viziunea lor, nu erau executate calitativ, s-a revenit. Și în final am avut cu toții un succes enorm pentru că s-a implementat acest proiect, nu numai ca, zicem, că e dificil, dar s-a pus accent pe calitate și în final a fost toți mulțumiți. În general, încercăm să implicăm cetățenii la identificarea problemelor și să propună soluționarea lor prin diferite sondaje care le efectuăm periodic.
Vă mulțumesc. Acum, ca o concluzie foarte scurt, aș vrea să auzim de la dumneavoastră ce vă doriți de la societatea pe care o reprezentați. Că deseori se întâmplă că noi dorim lucruri de la dumneavoastră, dar am dorit să știm ce doriți voi de la societatea pe care o reprezentați.
Mi-aș dori ca din ce în ce mai mulți cetățeni să înțeleagă că orice decizie are atât beneficii cât și costuri. Nu există decizii care au doar beneficii, întotdeauna există și un cost. Orice decizie care merită să fie luată va deranja pe cineva, nu va fi toată lumea mulțumită. Mi-aș dori ca cetățenii să înțeleagă că ceva ce este bine pentru o parte s-ar putea să nu fie la fel de bine pentru o altă parte. Și în cazul în care toți cetățenii o să înțeleagă acest lucru mai bine, cred că și deciziile pentru care militează vor fi mai mature și mai ușor de implementat. Pentru că inclusiv parte din deciziile pe care le-am prezentat mai devreme, evident au deranjat o parte din oameni, evident există rezistență, există oponenți. Cum încerc să le explic cetățenilor și colegilor din administrație locală, orice decizie care merită să fie luată va supăra pe cineva. Pentru că altfel era luată deja înaintea noastră. Mulțumesc.
Domnule Cuciu?
Da, eu mă axez pe implicare și responsabilitate. Exact cum au menționat colegii mei, este foarte important să respectăm ceea ce se realizează. Ca și implicare, drept exemplu, de mai mulți ani avem bugetul participativ, unde cetățenii tot mai mult se implică în realizarea proiectelor locale și mă bucur acest interes a cetățenilor, pentru că ei pot să realizeze obiective fie în curte, fie în drum de acces. Și am constatat faptul că cetățenii foarte mult țin la acele lucruri unde au contribuit personal. Și asta este foarte bine, doar că este o doleanță a administrației publice locale ca cetățenii să poartă responsabilitatea și pentru ceea ce fac și ceilalți oameni. Drept exemplu, v-am dat acele proiecte care au fost implementate în anii precedenți. Se găsesc unele persoane care nu prețuiesc aceste lucruri și poate să deterioreze ceva, mobilierul, ceva. Exact cum a spus și domnul primar Ion Dolganiuc, responsabilitate. Atât vorbim despre drepturi, dar trebuie să avem și responsabilități.
Cu siguranță. Domnule Dolganiuc?
Nu o să mă mai repet, așa a vociferat și colegul meu. Eu cred că cetățenii trebuie să înțeleagă că într-o democrație, în linii generale, se înțelege că ai dreptul de nu a fi de acord cu tine. Adică dacă cineva are o părere, trebuie să dai dreptate și trebuie să înțelegi că fiecare suntem cu părerea noastră și ea trebuie respectată. Și ceea ce spunea domnul primar anterior, că într-adevăr e luată, poate suferi cineva și nu tot este acceptată de majoritate. Trebuie să înțelegem acest lucru și este esențial pentru că respectarea părerilor și respectarea drepturilor fiecărui cetățean este esențială într-o democrație veritabilă.
Vă mulțumesc. Acestea fiind spuse, le mulțumim domnilor primari pentru prezență, pentru timpul acordat și pentru gândurile cu care le-au împărtășit cu noi. Și de asemenea le urăm succes în mandatele pe care le au momentan și de asemenea domnului Radu Mihaiu succes pentru al doilea mandat. Și urmăm cu următoarea sesiune pe partea rurală, moderată de colega mea, Francesca. Francesca?
Mulțumesc mult!
O să o invit alături de mine pe doamna Corina Ene, primar al Comunei Căpești, din județul Bihor. Vă rugăm frumos un rând de aplauze. Mi-am propus de la ședința noastră să fie o discuție poate puțin mai relaxată, pentru că Corina este un primar tânăr care mereu a adus un suflu nou comunei, datorită tinerilor și ideilor lor pe care le-au pus în practică. Noi ne cunoaștem de când ne-am întâlnit în delegația Congresului Autorităților Locale și Regionale al Consiliului European anul trecut și aș vrea să te întreb, Corina, mediul rural este puțin diferit de mediul urban și aș vrea să te întreb cum a fost pentru tine acest mandat ca primar, poate ne poți spune puțin care sunt oportunitățile pe care tu le-ai adus în mediul rural și poate care au fost provocările.
Da, în primul rând aș vrea să vă mulțumesc pentru invitație. Mă simt onorată că un tânăr inteligent, bine pregătit profesional ca și Francesca s-a aplecat și s-a interesat mai mult despre comuna mea atunci când ne-am întâlnit la Strasburg și despre activitatea mea de acolo. Într-adevăr, oarecum experiența mea este poate diferită. Eu m-am născut și am crescut în comuna Căbești, din județul Bihor, din România, însă parcursul meu profesional a fost altul. Am ajuns în București, unde îmi cresc copiii și unde este familia mea. Însă, după ce am devenit mamă, înainte de a fi primar, în primul rând să vă spun și asta, eram bine, zic eu, profesional într-o corporație internațională, practician în insolvență, manageream cazuri dificile ale societăților. Am devenit mamă în 2017 și apoi a doua oară în 2018. A venit așa unul după altul și m-a ținut oarecum departe de viața mea profesională și asta m-a apropiat de comunitatea mea, de locul meu de suflet și locul meu de acolo de unde mă trag. Și am văzut cât de multe lipsuri există acolo și că eu eram practic în bula mea, unde era bine, unde oamenii erau la un nivel bun, nu știu, și material, și social, și din toate punctele, cultural, educațional, dar acolo lucrurile au rămas mult, mult în urmă, pentru că administrațiile locale n-au fost poate pregătite, n-au fost instruite, n-au înțeles nimic, nici din democrație, nici din fonduri europene, din cum se poate de fapt manageria o comună. Cred că să fii lider într-o comunitate e poate cea mai importantă misiune pe care o avem de lider al comunității, dar trebuie să fim și pregătiți pentru asta. Adică nu putem să luăm un om de pe stradă, îl punem acolo lider al comunității și așteptăm de la el după să facă minuni, pentru că nu se va întâmpla asta. La noi campaniile electorale, că ne aflăm în campanie acum, sunt privite în mod greșit și înțelese greșit și vin cu promisiuni foarte mari care nu se pot realiza peste noapte și trebuie să înțelegem că o dezvoltare sănătoasă a unei comunități se întâmplă cu multă muncă, cu multă implicare și cu mult timp dedicat acolo și nu e deloc ușor. Ce pot să vă spun este că în momentul în care am intrat în primărie, era un singur angajat care știa să lucreze cu calculatorul. E foarte, știu, poate veniți din alte medii și e foarte greu de înțeles că în primărie nu exista internet funcțional, nu exista căldură, lumină bună. Toate instituțiile publice erau degradate și lăsate în paragină. Apă potabilă, funcțională, pe timp de vară, când e mai mare nevoie, nu exista. Canalizare, nu, asfalt, o calitate proastă, poate pusă doar o dată la 4 ani. Și la școala era închisă. Era închisă pentru că se renova. Îmi povesteau atunci părinții, când eu am ajuns în comunitate, primul meu impact a fost la grădinița din localitate. Am dus-o pe fetița mea să se joace și să vadă unde am făcut eu grădinița. Și am văzut o clădire care nu trebuia să fie grădiniță sau un loc în care copilul intră pentru prima oară și are contact pentru prima oară cu autoritatea locală, cu o instituție publică. Era un loc foarte degradat, lipsit de culoare, lipsit de viață. Erau 5 copii dintr-o comună care are 5 sate, adică și sunt 1750 de locuitori. Restul copiilor îi duceau în orașul cel mai apropiat din lipsa condițiilor. Atunci am zis, eu trebuie să fac ceva pentru comunitatea mea. La acel moment am fondat un ONG și am început să strâng fonduri pentru renovarea grădiniței. Primarul din acea vreme nu a înțeles intenția mea, a înțeles că eu vreau să iau locul, că vreau să intervin peste el și mi-a blocat acest proiect. îi povesteam soțului meu frustrată că nu se poate, că eu vreau să fac un bine și nu sunt lăsată. Și nu înțelegeam de ce. Și soțul meu a fost cel care mi-a zis, știi, Corina, activitățile, nu știu, cadourile de Crăciun pe care noi le mai făceam acolo în comunitate sau faptul că tu o să le renovezi acolo o cameră la grădinița aceea, nu o să-ți ajute comunitatea foarte mult. Pentru a schimba cu adevărat comunitatea ta, trebuie să fii în autoritatea locală, să faci parte din autoritatea locală și oarecum pixul să fie la tine. Asta mi-a rămas întipriorită în minte și de acolo a început drumul meu și așa m-am hotărât eu să candidez. În momentul 2020, ca să înțelegeți, bugetul comunei mele era undeva la 750.000 de euro. Acesta era bugetul pe un an de zile la întreaga comună. Impozitele și taxele locale ale cetățenilor încă reprezintă și astăzi 100.000 de euro din toate cele 5 sate pe întreg anul. Imposibil de realizat proiecte mărețe și de schimbat o comunitate cu aceste sume de bani. Nici și o societate comercială are probabil o cifră de afaceri mai mare, mă rog, și din zonă mă refer, nu la multinaționale. Și atunci mi-am dat seama că singurul mod în care pot schimba această comunitate este să atragem fonduri europene, fonduri guvernamentale, să aducem poate mediul privat, ONG-uri la un loc și să implicăm pe toată lumea acolo pentru a-mi ajuta comunitatea. Și astăzi, la 3 ani distanță, spune, pentru că în 2020 am preluat undeva în octombrie, la sfârșitul anului mandatul și la începutul anului 2024, bugetul comunei este de peste 10 milioane de euro. O creștere, zic eu, semnificativă, de 13 ori mai mare. Și aș vrea să vă mai spun că astăzi, Comuna Căbești are cea mai frumoasă școală din România și o spun cu tot sufletul meu și cu toată încrederea că este așa. Tot ce am făcut acolo, am făcut cu sufletul, am gândit-o ca și pentru copiii mei, deși copiii mei învață la București. Este o școală care are o infrastructură bună, adică, dar nu asta este, zic eu, nu este îndeajuns. Mi-am dat seama că nu mă ajută să colorez frumos pereții, să pun un mobilier modern frumos, ci trebuie să dau viață școlii, trebuie să-i și aici, uite, democrația așa a fost înțeleasă de mine, trebuie să-i implic pe toți și nu să pun presiune pe ei, ci să îi ajut să înțeleagă că este o plăcere, că este o mândrie și a lor când vor vedea rezultatele și să se implice atât comunitatea, atât părinții, atât elevii, cât și profesorii, să fim toți la un loc, la aceeași masă. Și la luarea deciziilor, dar și la implicarea în orice eveniment pe care îl avem acolo. Avem lunar, un eveniment cultural și educațional. Și aici, la fel, implicăm copiii. Am reabilitat toate clădirile publice sau unele sunt deja reabilitate, unele se află în lucru, iar altele au proiecte depuse în acest sens. Nu mai există clădire publică din comuna mea fără proiect de modernizare întocmit. Avem un proiect pe apă și modernizarea rețelei de apă și canalizare în valoare de 7 milioane de euro, care va acoperi toată comuna, cele 5 sate și este în derulare. Astăzi am și asfaltat un drum comunal și mai avem proiecte depuse pentru celelalte drumuri comunale care leagă satele între ele și pentru străzile din comună. Eu zic că deja e foarte mult și o să vă mai povestesc despre festivalul nostru.
Chiar despre asta voiam să vorbim, Corina. Pe lângă faptul că ai creat o comunitate, tu ai creat un ecosistem. Ai ajutat la creșterea participării tinerilor și copiilor, nu doar la educație, dar și la procesul de luare a deciziilor și chiar tu îmi spuneai cât de mult ai implicat pe partea de fonduri europene, nu doar pe infrastructură, cât și de oportunități. Cum ai menționat și tu, festivalul cultural, școala, grădinița care va apărea și voiam să te întreb cum ai reușit să activezi acești actori ai societății și cum ai reușit să pui dorințele copiilor și tinerilor în prim plan?
Da, este mult mai ușor pentru mine decât pentru colegii mei primari din municipii, unde sunt foarte mulți oameni și e foarte greu pentru ei să ia legătura cu fiecare în parte. Eu sunt într-o comunitate cu 1750 de oameni pe care în cei 3 ani și ceva de mandat i-am văzut de cel puțin 3 ori pe fiecare la față în casele lor, adică m-am dus la fiecare în casă să vorbesc cu ei. Plus sunt cei mai activi care vin ei înspre mine și au ușa deschisă la primărie întotdeauna. Am digitalizat primăria, în primul rând am deschis ușa larg primăriei, am luat toți tinerii care aveau studii superioare și rămăseseră în comunitate, i-am adus lângă mine și astăzi lucrează cu mine în primărie. Am 17 colegi tineri, muncitori, harnici, serioși, cu care normal fac toate lucrurile astea frumoase. În primul an am trimis chestionare prin care i-am întrebat care cred ei că sunt nevoile lor și să-mi stabilească un clasament al nevoilor lor. După aceea, la școală, am organizat evenimente, nu știu, tabără de vară, în care, în timp de o săptămână, copiii învață despre plante, despre natură, este și educativă pentru ei, dar pictează, fac diverse lucruri manual și la sfârșit se termină cu o licitație. Acolo se adună, invităm normal societățile, mediul privat pe care îl avem să liciteze și să se implice în educație și în proiecte și cu acea sumă de bani copiii aleg ce proiect vor ei să implementeze, fie că e legat de școala lor, fie că este o excursie. Aleg, ei au posibilitatea de a alege. Dar v-am spus, pentru mine este foarte ușor să iau pulsul comunității, să știu nevoile, pentru că e foarte la îndemână să ajung la fiecare persoană și să-i ascult pe fiecare, să le înțeleg nevoile și nevoile, aici sunt eu, aici intervin eu și încerc să educ nevoile generale și comune, nu nevoia individuală. Din păcate, sistemul, nu știu, așa era obișnuit și probabil că mai avem așa, vin cu nevoile lor individuale, care nu trebuie să fie asupra administrației publice.
Aș vrea să ne vorbești puțin despre festivalul cultural pe care tu l-ai făcut, mai ales pentru că mi-ai spus că te-ai gândit la pilonii de turism și la pilonii de produse locale și la cum poate beneficia comunitatea ta ongoing de această oportunitate. Și mi se pare un lucru foarte interesant că te-ai gândit la toate aceste aspecte, un lucru care este destul de rar întâlnit să conectezi toate aceste puncte.
Asta a fost și ideea. N-am vrut să creez un festival, nu că n-ar fi nevoie în zona mea, pentru că nu au atât de multe festivaluri tinerii ca și în centrul Bucureștiului. În zona rurală, din păcate, în România și în zona mea, sunt foarte încurajate de autoritățile locale acele petreceri la care li se dă mâncare și băutură gratuit oamenilor, că doar ne votează la alegerile locale. Eu am vrut să schimb această paradigmă și să aduc ceva nou. Și festivalul Scultfest se numește, are și pagină de Facebook și de Instagram și este bine promovat acolo și sper că reușim prin imagini și videouri să transmitem emoția pe care noi o avem acolo și o punem acolo. Este un festival care anul acesta, se va afla la a 3-a ediție. A pornit de la ideea de a crea un punct turistic nou în comunitatea mea. Am fost într-o vizită la tabăra din Măgura, din Buzău. E o tabără de sculptură, de fapt, și acolo e un deal întreg cu sculpturile realizate în aceste tabere care s-au extins pe mai mulți ani și am zis, și eu pot face asta în comuna mea. Și comuna mea este o comună într-o zonă de deal munte, unde am văi frumoase, dealuri frumoase, e o zonă foarte frumoasă din punct de vedere al naturii și atunci trebuie să o punem în valoare. Ca să atragem oameni și ca să promovăm arta și cultura care în comuna mea lipsea cu desăvârșire, adică nici nu se vorbea despre, nici nu cred că erau pomenite cuvintele astea, am zis facem acest festival. Prima ediție a fost o tabără de sculptură, când 10 sculptori au sculptat acolo, au sculptat în marmură, în lemn, în piatră, au făcut lucrări de land art și le-am expus pe o vale vizibilă în comuna noastră. Și au început oamenii să treacă, să-și facă poze și oamenii din comunitatea mea vin și îmi dau un feedback. Uite, doamna primar, trec oameni pe la noi și se opresc și își fac poze acolo și zic, vedeți, funcționează, atragem atenția și atragem atenția într-un mod plăcut și suntem un exemplu de bune practici. Acel festival a adus atunci prin muzică, am adus atunci un artist a fost un artist național cunoscut, dar Subcarpație, o trupă foarte frumoasă care...
Este foarte iubită de tinerii de aici, de multe generații.
Da, este foarte iubită pentru că ea îmbină tradiționalul, folclorul cu modernul, adică este adus tradiționalul nostru, tradiția și folclorul care ne reprezintă pe noi românii, sunt aduse la actualitate, în lumea de astăzi, în 2024 și puse în valoare foarte frumos. Și trupa asta a adus atunci 4.000 și ceva de oameni. S-au minunat oamenii mei din comunitate, câtă lume poate să vină la ei în comună să vadă comuna lor. Și am zis, da, comuna noastră este frumoasă. Am încercat prin acest festival să trezesc mândria asta locală, să nu ne mai plângem că nu avem apă, că nu avem canalizare, că nu avem școală, că nu avem multe altele. Am încercat în acești 3 ani să umplu aceste lipsuri și să le dau sentimentul că ei trăiesc într-un loc frumos, că locul lor este bun, dar totuși să-i fac și să conștientizeze faptul că ei îl fac frumos prin implicarea lor. El e lăsat de la Dumnezeu frumos, dar mai trebuie și noi oamenii să ne implicăm și să-l facem frumos. Anul trecut deja a fost mai amplu. Au fost 3 trupe, Zdop și Zdup, care era trupa care reprezenta folclorul moldovenesc. Ne-am păstrat Subcarpații pentru că au pus foarte mult suflet alături de noi în proiect și a reprezentat folclorul românesc, și Damian Drăghicen Brothers, care reprezintă folclorul lăutăresc, dar la fel adus la actualitate. Și au fost 3 zile în care 15.000 de oameni au trecut pragul comunei și au venit și au văzut locurile. Din acești oameni, mulți se reîntorc, pentru că noi pentru ei am amenajat un traseu de mers pe jos, cu tematică a racului bihorean, e o specie de rac întâlnită pe valea noastră. Am amenajat o via ferata să se cațere pe o stâncă cunoscută de la noi din comunitate, pe care am și declarat-o punct turistic și arie protejată, și am amenajat 2 trasee de cicloturism pentru iubitorii de biciclete de natură și așa mai departe. Acești oameni de la festival se reîntorc în comunitatea noastră pentru aceste experiențe pe care noi le punem. Anul acesta este o ediție și mai amplă, în care aducem foarte mulți meșteri. Sunt meșteri din toată țara, recunoscuți, nu știu, care învață pe copiii de la noi din școală să confecționeze opinci, măști tradiționale din Maramureș, cel care ne învață despre opinci este din Oltenia. Am încercat să acoperim toată zona României, să-i aducem la oaltă la noi în comunitate. În centrul festivalului Scultfest este comunitatea mea, doar că ea îi aduce pe toți la aceeași masă. Aduce zona urbană alături de zona rurală, aduce tinerii alături de seniori, aduce modernul alături de tradițional, arta și cultura într-o zonă în care ea poate este mai puțin, de fapt sigur este mai puțin promovată, și astfel iese ceva bun din treaba asta. Avem și 10 pictori care vor picta, pictori consacrați din România, care vor picta pentru comuna noastră și ne vor lăsa operele lor în comunitate și vom amenaja frumos școala și primăria. Avem un alt proiect frumos de centru cultural, dar e prea mult de povestit. Poate după ce va fi realizat voi vorbi și despre el, că astăzi este la nivel de hârtie și de proiect. Dar eu cred că acest festival e mai mult decât un festival. E un eveniment de cultură, artă, turism, gastronomie locală și toate lucrurile despre care v-am spus, pe care le pune și le centrează acolo și pune comunitatea mea în centru atenției. Și da, aduce foarte multe plusuri.
O să mai am o ultimă provocare pentru tine și apoi trecem la următorul dialog și vom prelua întrebările la final. Dacă ar fi să ne spui ce înseamnă democrația locală pentru tine într-un cuvânt, ce cuvânt ai alege?
Libertate, dar nu m-aș opri, ați văzut că vă place să vorbesc. Libertate pentru că mă bucur tare că eu fac parte din aceeași din generația care a beneficiat numai de libertate. Mă sperie gândul că ar putea să fie altfel și Cred că și pe comunitatea mea deja, văzând pandemia care ne-a restricționat niște drepturi sau libertăți pe care le aveam de mișcare, de acces la servicii, acum vedem războiul de la vecinii noștri și vedem, chiar dacă în spațiu online vedem lucrurile acestea, le vedem, știm că ele există. Eu le mai am povestite de bunica mea care a trecut printr-un război și prin vremuri mult mai grele decât noi și le spun tot timpul oamenilor de toate vârstele din comunitatea mea. Suntem niște norocoși, trăim cele mai bune vremuri și trebuie să profităm de ele. Să ne lăudăm cu vremurile astea și să apreciem ce au făcut cei de dinaintea noastră și ce sacrificii au făcut ca noi să beneficiem de democrație, de Uniunea Europeană și de tot ce avem bun astăzi și lucruri care ne ajută și ne dezvoltă.
Mulțumim mult, Corina, doamnelor și domnilor. Corina Ene, primar al Comunei Căbești din județul Bihor. Mulțumim frumos pentru al doilea dialog.
Mulțumesc și eu, din suflet. Și vă aștept la Căbești.
So now we are back to English, so we can remove the headsets and we will be now entering our final section of this debate entitled Mayors for Democracy and Looking at Democracy at Local Level. And I am very glad to welcome next to me to join me in this panel Adrian Schmidt, President of the Swiss Democracy Foundation and the former Vice President of the Swiss Green Party. So please, Adrian, come and join us. And also Adria Duarte, Coordinator, International Observatory on Participatory Democracy, so IOPD, and United Cities and Local Government Spain. Please, welcome. Okay, so we have a presentation, I think, prepared, and I hope that my colleagues from the technical team will be able to share with us the presentation on the screen. Exactly. And I will start with Adrian. So, as I know about you, you were a member of the Lausanne City Parliament for almost 2 decades. You presided over in 1999, and I know that you want to share us your thoughts and to also let us know about the Magna Carta, yeah, right? Yes, so let's hear your thoughts. We have the presentation and you also have it there, so you can look at it.
So thanks a lot. It's another very important and beautiful day. I mean, after a couple of days here in Bucharest, and I already spent some more time here, I'm really impressed. And I would thanks to everybody who is involved in this process, and especially to the one who had all to do this organization, Tana, Caroline, and a lot of other people. Well, man, I'm happy to be here, and just as you asked me, I would like to speak today about the Magna Carta. Did you know the Magna Carta? Please hold up your hands. Oh, maybe half of them. So I think I should give you some information about the Magna Carta. I will end my short presentation at just to propose to read what Joe Matthew, co-founder of the Global Forum, he published just a couple of weeks ago, a presentation. He published a document about the Magna Carta, how he wrote it during this process. Myself, as you just said, Anna, before, I'm one who really believes what you wrote in this introduction. I mean, let's start with the kids. Of course, it's the first lesson they learn in school. Not in school, they learn it at home, of course. But I will add and underline the second step they do, and they have to learn that's at school. And this is very important. So for the Swiss Democracy Foundation, I can underline it. It's very important to give the kids some opportunities to learn how democracy works. They have to learn, and they have to learn how they can do that maybe later. But in Switzerland, in my hometown, Lucerne, just 35 years ago, we started in the Green Party the idea to give to the kids and the young children, to give the right to go to a youth and kids parliament. That was something really new at this moment when we started. Okay. when we started with this idea, and I was quite surprised to get a majority for this idea. But this was a very important moment because the kids, they were invited, concrete, to bring their ideas to the parliament, to the kids' parliament. Of course, they need to get a majority because of their ideas. And when we had this idea, when we discussed this idea in the parliament of the city of my hometown, some of the people said, oh, the kids, they would like to get some more candies or whatever they want. But the reality was the interesting thing, and I go back and I will give you some example of that, was quite a good experience because the kids, you know, they were talking about security in their school arena. They wanted to get maybe some more playground for them. And the city of Lucerne, especially in the moment when we started to prepare the global forum in 2020, just 2 years ago, I mean, this was the moment I had big discussion with the mayor, and he just got re-elected 3 weeks ago. We had this idea to break down concrete these 20 dimensions of the Magna Carta in such a way that statements can be made on key aspects. And you can see, oh, you should move. Yeah, I can't do that. Who is responsible? Can I have a switcher, please? And can you do it for me, please? So go to the next. Okay, I just said, and maybe go one further on. I just said that the Magna Carta, we tried in the city of Lucerne to break down the 20 dimensions, and the 5 big questions to that. The first, participation. Of course, the second one, tools. And the third one, diversity. Maybe I can give you here an example from one city in Switzerland, Basel. It's a city close to the German and French border. They have 45 people. 45% of the people are not allowed to vote. Why? What do you think? Why they are not allowed?
We have there with the microphone.
Why?
Yes.
Okay.
Let's say the microphone.
Okay. Caroline, why they are not allowed?
They don't have citizenship, because it's very difficult to get it in Switzerland.
Okay.
They have learning or mental disability.
Okay. 45% they don't, close to 45% they don't have a Swiss passport in Basel. And of course some of them they are not, because they don't have the age. When I was 20 years old, I got the right to vote. In 1991, Swiss people got the right to vote with 18. And during the last years, we were been fighting very hard for the voting age 16. And we have already one canton, a small canton, who got the right for 16 to vote, not to be elected. This is a difference between, of course, this is a nice thing. But anyway, this is the way we try to fight for diversity. And then maybe the local state level, this is also for me, as I served such a long time in the local parliament, it's clear we do have to accept it's not possible to ask for a question maybe on the local level where it's not allowed. You have to decide on the national level, of course, because in Switzerland, you know that, of course, we have the local level, we have the cantonal level, we have the national level. It's always clear, defined in the law, of course, in the constitution. And maybe when I go back to the kids, as I said, the kids first, the last point, urban, no, that was too quick. Just 1 second, please, Dana. The urban situation, I mean, for especially, as I said, for kids, it's also interesting to get some influence into the parliament. But there's another group, this is the neighborhood organization. We don't have 4 levels in Switzerland, I said 3 levels, but we have also this kind of neighborhood organization in my hometown. And these neighborhood organizations are quite important because, of course, they don't have the right to go to the parliament, but they have the right to go to the government. They have the right, the possibility to ask for maybe a better situation close to the schools, because the security of traffic is quite bad in this area. So these are these 5 points, and you move one further on. And what we have done during the during the Global Forum in 2022 in Lucerne, we got 3 levels, and you can see that here on the screen. The first level, I mean the blue one, that is clear. We have in the city of Lucerne skills, we have the possibility, we have the power, concrete for opportunities to learn from each other. That's a very important point. And as I was a president of the city parliament, of course, I was always the one who tried to get in contact with different cities around Lucerne, because we had to work together. It's clear in a global digitalized world, it's not possible that you can do everything on the local level or canton level or national level, because you are influenced by the worldwide situation. And this point, we have really a lot of opportunities in Lucerne. We have a good situation, and we had also success. The second level, of course, this is not so easy for us, but also there we have the opportunities, as I said before, to learn from the other side. And the last dimension, the third dimension, is where we are unable, and I maybe have to explain, as I said it just before, because we are not responsible on the local level for example, for the national Swiss Army. Of course, that's the way concrete we have. And maybe, Dana, you can switch now to the other presentation, please, or Cornelius, or the one who is responsible, please.
The PDF, please. To project it.
Huh?
They need to convert it into a PDF because the Word
Okay.
won't be able to.
But I said it's not working? I saw it before.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, that's a little bit... it's not possible to read that, but anyway, maybe it can give you... I just would come to explain maybe 2 points of the 20 dimension we have in the Magna Carta. The first one I said is the point number 6, the use power. And this is the point I like most, because young people, they are the future of our world. So we have to give them the opportunities, as I said before, to learn from each other, to go. And I give you an example, what for me, myself, was a quite good moment. I said before, we had the possibility to organize this youth parliament and children parliament in our hometown. And today, as an umbrella of the youth parliament all over Switzerland, the umbrella has 52 employees, paid employees working for the youth parliaments all over Switzerland. That means we do not only have it in Lucerne, in my hometown, we have it also in different cities, and that gives some power. And of course, these young people, these children, they need also somebody who supports this idea, somebody who organize also this session together with the kids. This is the point when I was so happy that, and I would call it maybe as a triple win-win situation, as we had in 1999, as the former First Lady from the US, Hillary Clinton, joined the Youth Parliament, the Children Parliament in Lucerne. And of course, when I say it was a triple win-win situation, it was of course a great moment for the kids to see and to learn and to get in contact with the First Lady of the United States. But it also was this is the second point, this was also a win-win situation for Hillary Clinton, because she had to learn, she was not allowed to speak in the kids' parliament. She had to get the help from another child, from a child, to get the possibility to speak. And of course, if you allow me to say that, it was also a little bit for me a win-win situation, because as president of the parliament, I was very happy about this moment we had Hillary Clinton in our parliament. This is one of these 20 dimensions, as I said before, of the Magna Carta. As the city of Lucerne tried to break it down of the possibilities, maybe you can move a little bit, maybe it works with the presentation. Yeah, that's great. So that's great, thank you. And a little bit more. Okay, no, one more. Okay, you see that it's in German, but it's a really important document. I just give you some information at point 6. The youth people, maybe you can move to the last one, 20. Yes, this is I will translate it. It is in German. This document was written in German from the mayor's office in my hometown. It's the 20th point is the city, the democracy city of the happy losers. So this happy losers is something I really like, because the democracy city is a place for happy losers. No one of you, no country, no one can always be a winner. We are all losers. We have to lose, we have to learn. And democracy means always to go one step and take another step, Maybe you have to go 2 steps back. Maybe you can get another one forward. And what I always tried to explain and also to campaign for this idea of happy losers means to get a respect of the people. They didn't get the majority. There's always a minority. And I got the impression during my last 20 days I spent in Azerbaijan, in Armenia, in Georgia, there are always a lot of losers. But I got also the impression there are not happy losers, because they don't have the possibility to bring their insight, their very important ideas. And I myself, I'm happy that we in 1989, we had we had to vote in Switzerland to abolish the Swiss army. And of course, Swiss people, they didn't vote to abolish the army, but more than 1 million people voted for yes to abolish the Swiss army, just 3 weeks after the wall broke down in Berlin. And this was the moment when 36.5% voted for a yes. So we can say we lost, but on the other side, we won the debate. We won the people. We also give the possibility to young people to bring their ideas into this debate. And this is the moment where we can speak about happy losers. And happy losers, as I would like to say it again, it's always to respect minorities. You have to find solution for minorities, for people they lost maybe the vote, because if you have, especially if you have a vote for 49% to 51%, then you have to take care about these big minorities. And when I go to the end, I would like to invite you, go to the website of the Swiss Democracy Foundation. You will find this document published from Joe Matthew just a couple of weeks ago, how he wrote the Magna Carta, because I saw half of you don't know the Magna Carta, and I would like to thank you for all the people who had also worked on the Magna Carta. It was not only Joe. I remember when I got first in contact with Bruno Kaufmann, co-founder in 1987, and he chose him as General Secretary of the Group for Switzerland without an army. This was one of the best decisions I made in my life, because he continued with the word, as I said before, to be a happy loser, because happy loser means also happy winner. This is my end, and I thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Very on point, as always, Adrian, and with a lot of good lessons for us to learn. I hope that also the mayors from Romania that will have to be elected on the 9th of June, so in 2 weeks also share and understand these lessons and put them in practice. I would like now to turn to Adria Duarte because I'm very glad to have him here next to me. And I know about IOPD, and I know that it's a very important international network which contributes basically to the increase of participatory democracy at local level. And I would like maybe for you to share with us about your work, but also like concrete examples of best practices that you have seen across the countries. Thank you.
Thanks to you, and good morning to everyone. And I'm very grateful to see so many people in a Saturday morning after all these days of debate. So thank you very much to be here and not walking around the city, this amazing city. So thank you to be here. And thank you, of course, to all the people that have made possible this event, to all the organizers. It's really a great opportunity to have these events. Our organization, and you were saying, it's part also of this idea, to connect people around the world that are working for democracy, to working for democracy. And I really want to also to appreciate all the people, the presentations, the panels that have been organized during these days. I think we had very interesting ideas, interesting projects, and I really want to be recognizing of all these people, these practitioners, these academics, these journalists, independent journalists. It was really interesting to know about all the work here in Romania, but also in Moldova and all the countries of the area. I think it's really important, the work that all these people are doing by their own, also the local leaders that we had the opportunity to have here. I'm representing an organization of local and regional authorities. And yeah, the main point of our organization basically is that it's to connect all these people that are working by their own in each countries, in each communities, for democracy, for fair elections, but also for creating one of the worlds that I've heard a lot, and it's one of the bases also of our narrative. It's the question of trust. I think it's also in the logo of the event. The question of trust. We're really living in difficult moments because with all the question of the fake news, the polarization, the extremism, we have really a data that many people are not trusting in the democracy, they're not trusting in the politicians, they're not trusting in the system, but even with the rest of the population, the people don't trust in their neighbors, in the community, and it's really a big problem because democracy needs this trust to work. In general, society needs trust to be a useful society, a workful society. So we're really in this work to build trust, to creating communities, and we think our vision is that it's very important, especially from the local level, because in the local level we have this proximity, as you were also telling Adrian about the experience that you made with the youth population in Lucerne. I think it's a very good example that how from the local, from the base, from the community, you can work to create, and it's very nice to start with the children that in the youth age, to create these ties and create this civic education, but also these ties, this trust, there's opportunity that people practice democracy, because democracy is a thing that you need to learn by doing. You need to do democracy. You need to be participate in election, but participate in this different process. So we have this vision that for democracy, it's so important to build these communities of practices at the local level. We really trust on that, and we heard so many examples of that. And my organization is working on that, to connect peoples around the world, to connect cities, and to help them to be inspired by the examples, that not to be alone in your little community, in your little country, because so many local officials, but activists and civil society organizations are working in their communities, in their territories, in the field, and sometimes they feel, oh, I'm alone, I have so many difficulties, we don't have enough resources. So we're trying to be a little sun in the desert, to be helping to create this connection, to create these opportunities, and to help them by sharing experiences, by sharing opportunities. I think we have 2-3 different main activities. For example, we organize one of the activities that I think it's very interesting. We organize some peer learning opportunities, for example, with different cities. We're doing in person, but also now with technologies we can do also in virtual mode. Like peer learning mode. It's very interesting that people who were, usually it's from local government facilitators that are working in the field, like in participatory budgeting, in citizen assemblies, in the different experiences that you all know, like working with the youth, like in assemblies, like different, like I see Katie, like legislative theater or other opportunities, no? That to be exchanging and learn about that, because of course the context is different. In each country you have difference of culture, of institutional background, but even though some of the problems are very similar, so it's really an opportunity to learn that. So I think this peer learning opportunity is a great chance to present the work you're doing, to be like that other people can learn about you, but they can also help you to better enhance your practice, because the people make you questions, make you also like comments or remarks that can help you also to improve your own practice, no? We have another activity that we just finished now, the call, it's the award on best practice in citizen participation. It's an award that we deliver every year to recognize these practices at the local level, that it's really focused on local and regional governments, but of course there's also a lot of activities that also implement between local authorities and the civil society, because we really believe in this connection about the civil society pushing and helping to promote and to also implement these policies in like really in co-creation with the local authorities. We really believe in this co-creation. And well, it's really a great opportunity, this award. I think next week we're gonna be able to publish in our website all these practices of this year. It's really, I really invite you to visit that, and then it will be an open process for the vote of the finalists. And then finally, the main activity that's very similar to this forum, we organize every year an international conference also to connect these mayors, local authorities, but also academics and civil society organizations. Every year it's in a different region of the world and with a different thematic. And this year it's going to be also in Europe, in Portugal, in next October, from 17 to 19 October, in the city of Balongo in Portugal, in the north of Portugal. And the main topic, maybe it's kind of European one, but it's about that, no? The populism threats that are really facing here in Europe, but in other parts of the world, and how about local communities of practices of participatory democracy can be, maybe it's not the only answer, because of course sometimes it's a global and national issues, but we really think that from the local perspective we can be part of the solution, that creating these communities, creating these experiences that really help people to be together, to open dialogues. I think we really need these spaces of dialogues, of co-creation, of have intergenerational dialogues, for example, but also dialogues with people that migrants origin and the people that are like from more local origin. So we really need these spaces from dialogue for co-creation. We really need to defend this idea of citizenship, of positive citizenship, of really empower the democracies. And I think, well, this conference will be an opportunity also to debate about that. We have an open call also for organized activities, so I really invite you, if you're interested, until June 2 is this open call, so you can, if you think that could be an opportunity also for your organizations to be doing some workshop or some session, we'll be more than welcome to have you. And I think basically that's the work we do. If you have any question, please don't hesitate to come with me. And before finishing, I just want to the mayors, you were asking the one word for democracy, and I think it's a very interesting game, and I think the majority of them say freedom. That, of course, I think it maybe can be the first word, and we think it's about, of course, freedom. Could be also maybe equality also, but I will, in my representation, I will say also participation. No? I think democracy, we really need this participation in the process. We need people to be involved in them. We need people to be participating and really engaging in the process. Thank you very much.
It's true. Thanks a lot. I would also say dialogue, if it would be, like one word also. And we're looking forward to receive more information about the event in October. So if you would like to share with us some information once you have them, we would be super happy to distribute it as well to the participants and to everyone who's interested. So let's see, because we were brilliant with time this morning, so very good Saturday on spot. We still have time for questions, which is great. Oh, when we already have a person, and we will check for the other questions after. Please.
Yes, I've got a question to Adrian. I didn't really get it, but you said there are neighborhood questions which can be dragged to the parliament in Lucerne, and then and I wanted to know whether this possibility is only possible, or you can make things for these neighborhood participants, because the money of your budget stays at Luzerne, and things on top you give from bottom to up, because in Germany it is from top down to the bottom, and that is really a big problem in Germany.
Okay, thank you, Michael. Maybe I can explain the differences between Germany and my hometown Lucerne. I said they are neighborhood organizations. That's we call them, as you speak German, we call them Quartiervereine. That means this is not the fourth level, but this neighborhood organization, they are first, they get some money from the government. That's important. They have always at their sessions, they have a member of the government who join the session. That's really means dialogue. Dialogue on the so-called fourth level. The third point is they don't bring a proposal to the parliament. Of course, they can use the official tools like the instruments we have for everybody. You need 800 signatures. To get a proposal to the parliament. But anyway, you got the right, as neighborhood organization, we have at this moment, about 12 or 13 so-called neighborhood organization, and they can go to the government, not to the parliament direct. So that means if they have, for example, give you an example, as I just said before, urban situation, if they have a bad traffic situation just in front of a schoolhouse, of course everybody is interested, because everybody would like to take care of the kids. That's the way they do, and it works well. But it's like in the children and youth parliament, sometimes it works well, sometimes it goes down and it goes up again. In the so-called neighborhood organization I'm living in Lucerne, I don't agree with them, because they are a little bit too tired, I would say. But on the other side, I can see what the other neighborhood organization do, what they do for a great job, and also very important, because they are much closer to the people in their neighborhood than the people from the parliament, or maybe from the government, or maybe from the cantonal or the national level. So this kind of neighborhood organization, that's something I really would like to propose. It's a good way to organize a dialogue between people and to find solutions and to make happy losers also.
Thank you. Let's see. Oh, we have there one more question.
Erwin.
Hello, my name is Erwin Meyer. I have two questions. First, on the Youth Parliament. Who elected the Youth Parliament? Was it other young people, or was it top-down? And the second question is to you. I've forgotten your name, sorry. It's about
nearly the same name. Adrian.
Oh, it's okay. Thanks. Oh, Adrian.
Just call us both Adrian.
Adrian the second.
He's Adrian number one. I'm Adrian number two.
One, okay.
Agree?
It's fine.
Okay.
So to Adrian number one, what would you say is the difference of your conference in October to this conference? Because here we have written down Global Front Modern Direct Democracy, and your conference is about participatory democracy. Maybe you can explain in some short words what's the same thing, what's the difference between participatory and direct democracy, especially in the relation to indirect democracy? Because I'm following it for a long time and I didn't get it until now.
That's a good question, yeah, about democracy. In origin, the word participatory democracy, well, it has a background, a long background, and I think the academics in the room can better answer that. I think, well, the idea of direct democracy is really, I think, more focused on the decision and the mythical idea of the referendum. No? The people are deciding directly about the president. The idea of participatory democracy, even if finally we talk a little bit about the same, but it's some differences. The idea of, even if in our conference we speak about participatory deliberative democracy and also indirect democracy, but finally we talk about how local governments deal about democracy in general. So we really focus on the different issues, but participatory democracy focus more on the idea of not just the vote, but all the process of deliberation. For example, the mayors that were before, all the dialogues, the process of public hearings, participatory budgeting. It's the different mechanism that citizens can participate beyond elections, that being in consultations, in co-creation process, and all the different dynamics of people are deliberating, participating. And I think the difference about direct democracy is the vote, even if it's a combination of both. So usually we can combine both. But the idea of the conference, we're really talking about general challenges of democracy and these ways that local authorities, local governments are talking about, are working on different practice of dialogue, of creating spaces of dialogue. And I think it's really a very similar event, even if probably some of the focus could be different of some of the participants, but I think it's really kind of similar event, yeah.
Okay, and my answer to Erwin, there's a kind of top-down and down-up system, because you can't make election for 8 years old kids, of course. So most of them, and I say it's a kind of top-down, I mean the parents, they are interested, maybe the parents, they joined the parliament, maybe the ordinary parliament, maybe 20, 30 years ago, of course. It's always this situation because there's some interested people, but it's also, as I said, it's a kind of up-down. Sometimes there were too much kids or children who wanted to be a member of the youth or children parliament. And maybe 5 or 10 years later, we had a crisis just 20 years ago where it was not possible to find enough children. But during the session, they vote for the speaker, and during the session, they have to vote to find a majority because they got a budget. The last time, maybe it's not, maybe more now than 20,000 euro or $20,000. That was 10 years ago. Maybe it's a little bit higher today. But they have to get a majority to use this budget. And it's, of course, a way to learn also to learn how money works. And, of course, interesting. I joined this session twice because that was something I was really impressed, because they don't say, oh, we have money, we spend the money. I was surprised to see some young Greens that said, no, keep care of the money, because we need the money also for other things. This is always to find a solution, and of course it's not working like an ordinary parliament. Okay. Is that okay, Erwin? Good.
Okay, let's see if we have one more question. Yes, we do.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Katie Rubin. Can I just ask a follow-up question about that youth parliament, and also to this question of direct democracy, right, that we're talking about the decisions we make as citizens or residents directly impacting a change in our city or our region or our country. So they have a budget to spend. I imagine that's for activities of the youth parliament. But are there any mechanisms for real kind of accountability in terms of the recommendations of the youth parliament? There's a lot of youth parliaments in the UK, and I find that we find that they don't have a lot of teeth, right? And then sort of they're just sort of debating some issues, but it's hard to see the connection for those young people from that debate to what's actually changing, maybe around, health services or education services or whatever they're prioritizing. So are there any direct mechanisms for change of the youth parliament?
Yeah, there is one very important, and in the beginning, of course, the tools for the so-called kids and children parliament changed, because in the beginning there were not a lot of rights because we had to learn. So the parliament, our parliament, decided to have something like a 2-year period to see what's working, how it's going. Then 10 years later, we gave the right from the ordinary parliament to the kids and youth to get if they get a majority for a proposal, of course not of the national level, not of course on the cantonal level, because on the level local, so if they got maybe in the youth parliament this majority for a question, just as I said, maybe school security, they could write a proposal to the ordinary parliament. And the ordinary parliament had to discuss and to decide about this proposal. 10 years later, that means just after 20 years we organized the youth parliament, they got also the right to bring this idea direct in the ordinary parliament. So these youth, they decided who will be the speaker in the ordinary parliament. This is a great moment for youth people, but there was a big fight for this idea because they said that they will cry, they will make noise, of course, they don't know how they understand. And I was surprised, to see what young people can do if you can teach them to learn about democracy. It's okay?
Okay, so I think we're right on time, actually. We finished the session, and I think that we should give a big round of applause to all the speakers that we had. Thanks a lot. We had some very good and interesting lessons. What I would suggest to you now is for us to have a break to, think about those things in the garden or here, and then we will start with the next session. I would say 10 minutes, but please let's make it 10 minutes, okay? Thank you.
and democracy activists from Switzerland and Sweden, and I have been privileged to be part of this journey of the Global Forum since the very beginning. And what we will now in this session see and discuss is really a historic product, you can say, of this process. Because looking back into what we heard from many people here and what we experienced ourselves, one can say that myself, I'm very much a product of the big changes and hopes of the 1980s. Like Alina Mungio PPD talked this morning in the 1980s as a student and as a young journalist, I had the possibility to understand much better what it means to live in a democracy and what it means to have a free country. I experienced the big changes of 1988 to 1992 from the other side of the Iron Curtain, but I had the possibility as a young student to take a night train from Zurich to Budapest, to Prague and to Berlin, and to meet with people, young people who couldn't enjoy this kind of freedoms but were very hungry for it. And then in the late 1980s, I had the privilege to work for the Swedish National Radio Foreign Service, and we had programs with the Baltic countries, with Poland, with East Germany. We even could have telephone calls from people in the GDR talking with us. They couldn't call to Western Germany, but they could call to Sweden. And we had a lot of these kind of interesting discussions and also the understanding why it is so important to have democracy. So after 1991, 1992, together with many others, also in this room, we established a network called Eurotopia, which was basically a vision about a transnational participatory and direct democracy in Europe. And we gathered more than 20 times for assemblies like that. But at that time, you couldn't send an email or have a website. So what we did, we were gathering newspapers from all over Europe, wherever we were, and reading the letters to the editors. And wherever a person wrote about democracy and about their hopes, we contact them and invited them to this assembly. So it was a very manual process, but it was a very encouraging process because we understood and learned that we need to understand much better how democracy works, how we can improve democracy, what it needs to have a good participation or even citizenship. So during these 20 assemblies, we developed criteria for participatory and direct democracy, and this led in 2002 to the first so-called report on citizen lawmaking, on direct democracy in Europe, where we ranked all the European countries according to this criteria. But as soon as we presented this report, we also understood we need to know much better how we can compare our tools, how we can measure them, how we can validate them, these different varieties. So at that time, we understood we need to start first to understand better what's existing in different countries. In 2002, and we said when we presented this report in 2002, this is just the beginning. I couldn't understand it would take 22 years until we would be able to present a next similar report, but there are we now, because at that time, then we developed first a typology of participatory and direct democracy around the world, and we developed a tool how to gather all the tools from around the world within the navigator to direct democracy, which was established at the very same time as we had the first global forum in Switzerland in 2008. So since then, during 16 years, we were continuing this work. We had, together with all our partners and hosts, Democracy International, Swiss Democracy Foundation, many universities, we had such a fruitful work to develop this kind of tools because, again, still today, we are sometimes discussing about different tools. We get, at every meeting, we get a question from Erwin Mayer about the question about participatory and direct democracy. We try to answer that, but it's not so easy. And now, today, we are very pleased because the navigator to direct democracy has become such a useful tool. We have gathered all the legal designs from all over the world on all levels, basically, in this database, which you can access. But now we go the next step. We go the step to validate them, to see how is the state of global participatory and direct democracy there. And for this reason, I'm very glad that I think it was in Rome or in Taiwan that these two excellent researchers and professors came up and started to work with us, and they are now the leaders and the co-authors for the first Global State of Direct Democracy report. First, here we have Clara Egger. She is a political scientist, professor of global governance at the University of Rotterdam. And she was also, in fact, in 2022, challenging Emmanuel Macron or Marine Le Pen for the presidency of France with a nice party, Espoir RIC, which means basically the hope of direct democracy. And we have Raoul Magni Berton. He's also a professor of political science at Catholic University of Lille. And he's original from Italy. And he has taught in many places, in Montreal, in Geneva, in Torino, in Stuttgart. So you are really like having a global perspective on these issues, but also a strong commitment to the idea of democracy and direct democracy. So you will have now 15 minutes to present this first report, and then we will get 4 other professors to comment on that before we have a conversation. It's important to say that this first global state of democracy, this is a preview, this is a draft, this is not yet published. So you are very much part of the making of this report. So take this responsibility, and you have the floor. Thank you very much.
I don't know how to move the slides. Yeah, excellent. So I just say, next slides, please. Then it will work. Okay, perfect. Thanks a lot. Welcome. We are very, very pleased to share with you this first Global State of Direct Democracy report. The idea is to have a yearly edition. So here we will present the content of the first edition, but of course we are really looking forward to your feedback, to things you would like also to see included. We'll do a bit of expectation management, right? We are only 2, so we can't also just take all the requests, but we will consider all your feedback carefully to improve also the next version of this report, make it more useful for you and for our community. So I think Bruno presented very well the history of this report. I will start maybe by telling you what you will be able to find. I don't know what, am I ill-fated? Yeah, that's the only one. Okay, so this is the content for this initial version. There are 7 chapters. It's written in I was told it's written in a user-friendly manner, so the idea is to make it also broadly accessible. And we will also work in preparing translations, right, of the report. Currently, it is only in English, but in the future, we hope to have also a lot of other languages covered. If you're willing to help us with translating the report in Chinese, in Arabic, in Spanish, we are really looking forward to receiving your support. So the first chapter of the report just presents the existing databases, trying to also map what direct democracy is about. So there is a bit of a comparison. We also present the past reports. Bruno mentioned some, but there have been a few reports, not yearly report, but some report documenting that. And we present, of course, the Direct Democracy Navigator, what is unique about it, and why it is so comprehensive in mapping out the state of direct democracy globally. Then there is a conceptual section that Raoul will have the duty to explain the second chapter, which is the idea is to propose a way of classifying direct democracy instruments based on existing typology, but a way that allows to explain why we see so different practices in reality and different effects of global democracy. This is still an open topic in current research, but we try to also provide our small contribution to that debate. Chapter 3 is really the mapping. So where are direct democracy instruments implemented? How do they work? What are the countries that vote often, countries that vote less often, and why? And then chapter 4 focuses on recent trends. So you have a lot of scholarly publication reports looking at the long history, right? 10 years, 20 years, even sometimes more. Here we look at a time frame of 5 years, right? What happened in the last 5 years? I will provide you with a few insights about it. We, of course, shed light on the votes that took place in 2023. And we also comment on the scientific evidence, right? Studies that were published in English on direct democracy in 2023. So you will find all the latest publications in English on direct democracy, and it's quite useful to also understand what are the core issues that are being discussed, right? And then we end with a chapter which is more of a conclusion, which focuses on development to follow in 2024, so countries where we can expect something to happen. If you think that your country should be included, please come to us. We're very happy to do so. This is your turn.
Thank you, Clara. Hello. So I will start with the main challenge of this kind of report, that is the conceptualization of direct democracy, because there is a quite consensual distinction in identifying single instrument or institution of direct democracy, at least in academic research. But there is no consensus on what is more democratic, what is more important. So this is the idea here. So we are based on 3 main questions. The first question is about the hierarchy of norms. Who is more important, citizens or parliament? In other words, when decision made by citizens and decision made by parliament contradict each other, which prevails? This is the first question. So there are 2 types in the world. The first type is when citizen decision made directly by citizens are more important, and they are usually directly in the Constitution. So constitutional decisions are be made by citizens, and ordinary legislation is made by the parliament. This hierarchy is consistent with the classic principles of liberal democracy, in which decisions which are more inclusive and therefore also more slower have to prevail over decisions that are faster. That's why parliaments needs to be more important, more prominent compared to the governments. And this is, for example, an issue for backsliding. In general, recent backsliding process consists in giving more power to executive compared to the parliament. So in direct democracies, the citizens are even slower and even inclusive, so they are more important. The second type is when citizens only can change ordinary legislation, and therefore the parliament is more important. So this is the first distinction. The second point, the second question is what means decide. So usually in democratic system, not only direct democratic, but in every system, a decision includes the initiative, who can initiate a proposal, and veto, who can veto a proposal, say yes or no. So the question is, what kind of right citizens have here? So we distinguish next, yeah. No, sorry, I'm very bad. No. Sorry, I was, yeah. So we distinguish between the mechanism of direct democracy that give each citizen the right to initiative, and they are classic: agenda initiative, non-binding citizen initiative referendum, and of course the most important, which is the citizens-initiated constitutional amendment, according to the first point. So we call it citizens' initiatives, very classic. The second point is the right to veto. So we have a mandatory referendum, suspensive, abrogative, etc., rejective in general referendums. And these are veto rights for citizens. They can say no. And finally, the third group is when citizens vote, but they are neither initiative rights nor veto rights. And this is when the authority can initiate a vote. So they don't decide which vote they want to initiate, and they don't decide if they have the right to veto. So that's it. No, sorry, we have a third point. This is very classic, but the accessibility of direct democracy. So we have already many studies on that. If it is easy or not to have access to direct democracy. So these three principles allow us to classify the top 5 in each system. The first is mandatory referendum, which means that in the principle is no constitutional change without a vote. This is strictly mandatory. So the best example are Switzerland and Uruguay, because the referendum is the only veto power in these countries for constitutional change. And Ireland, Australia are in the second group because the citizens have a veto power, but the parliaments also have it. So they share this right. And finally, Denmark, it is very demanding, the veto power of the parliament, so it is more important, but they also, citizens, have to vote for each constitutional change. So this is the top 5 for that. The second point is the constitutional citizens initiative, when people can submit an initiative to a ballot at constitutional level. So Switzerland is still the first one, but Liechtenstein in second, because it is much more accessible for people to initiate a constitutional referendum. They need 8%, and they are very, very little, so only 1,500 people can initiate a constitutional amendment. And in Uruguay, the threshold is quite high, but they are also little. And then the fourth and fifth are Ireland in Oceania, and they have this right to initiate a constitutional amendment, but they are little, but the threshold is very high, sorry. So rejective referendum and legislative referendum, I let you discover it in the report, and I will stop my presentation here.
All right, maybe some highlights on the recent trends, as I was saying. So a first pattern we document is the number of votes per year. Of course, all the data sets have issues, right? So you need to take this number with a grain of salt. They may not be fully accurate. Here you see, so in the graph on this is for you the right, the distribution of votes per year, comparing subnational votes in gray and national vote in orange. So as you can see, subnational votes are there are more subnational votes. This is especially driven by two countries, Switzerland and the US. And in orange, you have the share of national votes in different countries. What we see in the figure is that in 2023, the number of votes was relatively limited compared to past countries. Well, it's difficult to draw any conclusion, right? Maybe next year I will present you with another pattern. What we see, though, is that it may not be reflected so well in the figure, but the evolution of national vote is much more uneven than subnational vote, right? They can decrease a lot from one year to the next. You have also some other type of information you found in the report. It's which are the countries that voted the most in the last 5 years, right? And we look at each question being posed in the referendum, right? So if it's the unit of analysis is the question. And here you see some usual suspects, right? Switzerland, the US, but also some less usual suspects. Liberia. Who knew that people in Liberia voted in the last 5 years? But also Hungary, Ecuador, or Italy, right? Of course, this is aggregated at the last 5 years, right? So that doesn't mean that these people vote every year, but there has been a year where they voted maybe 5 times, right? Next, comparing the type of instruments that were activated, I think the key conclusion we can see is that there is a huge competition between two types of instrument. One that gives veto power to citizens, right? Mandatory referendum were activated a lot in the last 5 years, especially in the context of COVID-19, actually. But they compete with another instrument which gives no power at all to citizens, which are plebiscites. Plebiscites are on the rise, so people are also really activated, and especially concurrently with elections. So our guess is that in 2024, we can expect also plebiscites to be quite dominant, because they are often used by by authorities to also manipulate, frame the issue of an election in specific ways. If you have questions on the other type, I'm happy to answer. But these are really the two dominant tools, together with the rejective legislative initiative, what we call also, you know it as the facultative referendum, as it is called in Switzerland, that is used a lot, and the constitutional citizen initiative that is also activated often, but limited to a much smaller set of countries than the two other. These are the countries that voted in 2023. You have some countries in red, because they are well covered in the dataset, and some that for some reasons were not covered, that we have to also look for additional data, which is actually Venezuela and Chile. So in the report, you will find some contextual information about the votes, the outcome, what was the type of instruments. I would like to shed light on maybe two findings. The first finding is the fact that in last year, a lot of new constitutions were installed through a referendum, especially in Africa, so Mali, Central African Republic, by autocratic leaders. So these are constitutions that paradoxically reduce the power of citizens, because they give a lot of power to the executive, but were installed by a referendum. In most cases, the voting process was very, very contested. And then, what did I wanted to say? And Uzbekistan is in this list as well. I would like to shed the light on some countries that are often not covered in, global media, which are the so-called small state islands. They are like small dots in red. But Micronesia had a vote on changing the legal design of their mandatory referendum. And we can expect that in the future, people in Micronesia will vote more, because they decided to have a less stringent rule for the double majority. So that's good news, because, Micronesia, people in Micronesia successfully won a referendum for the first time since 1991. So that was a huge also development for the country. Development to follow, to conclude, feel free to add your own. So here the idea is to, I commented already on the federated state of Micronesia. We included Chile, even if after the second referendum, and David will probably speak more about it, the constitutional revision process seems to be closed. But there is also a very polarized society, still some demand for a change of the constitutional order. So things may happen either in the street, or this process may also be reactivated at some point. Right now, after 2 failed referendum, it seems that it is closed. And the last country is the Netherlands. It's not because I work there. But the Netherlands is in the process currently of changing the constitution to bring back to the country the facultative referendum, right? So the idea of the possibility at the national level for citizens to suspend the application of laws. If the process is successful, you may hear that in the next weeks, direct democracy will get back to the Netherlands. If you have other developments that you would like us to cover, feel free to just raise your hands and share your ideas. I hope this makes you feel like reading this report, using this report, commenting on it, giving us criticism. We have tough skin, so don't hesitate. And we look forward to continuing that process with you. My email will be shared, so you can also connect with us if you want to discuss and add more to that report. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Clara and Raul. Please take a seat on the defendant's seat there, and we will now get 4, you can say, experts to comment on this report before we then enter the broader conversation. And I would like to ask the 4 expert commentators to come up and take a seat. I will present you then. Yes, I think it's really so fascinating now to see. I mean, in a way you could say what we just heard is no sensational information. Of course, every one of us would like to go to Micronesia, but at the same time, it's really taking stock on what's going on when it comes to direct democracy around the world. As we have heard before, when it comes to provisions, most countries do have provisions for direct democracy, but when it comes to practice, when it comes to usability, it's much more limited. And that's the reason why we do also all this work, because we truly believe that direct democracy is a bridge to peace and freedom in many ways, and also an answer to many of the criticism about the state of representative democracy around the world. So now we have 4 really well-skilled experts. I will present you briefly. We have somebody who already started with us 3 days ago in the parliament, Luciana Cicca. Here, she's a professor of political science at the University of Bucharest, with degrees from Central European University in Budapest and Oxford University. And as I have understood, you have for the last 20 years taught in a very innovative way international relations here in Bucharest and around the world. So you're very much welcome. Then we have Anna Rüttel. She's a professor of constitutional law at University of Gdansk in Poland, and have done a lot of work on direct democracy in Poland on the local, regional, national level, but also teaches globally again and again. As soon as I say something about the destination, she says, I will go there and teach. Then we have Chong-ok Lee here on this side. She's a professor of sociology emerita from the Catholic University of Daegu in South Korea. And we met in fact the first time 20 years ago in Taiwan when they introduced their first forms of direct democracy. And she was then active very much in the Korea Democracy Foundation, and has ever since then been a partner of the Global Forum, Democracy International, and served as the Minister of Gender Equality most recently in South Korea. And last but not least, David Altmann. He's a professor of political science at the Catholic University of Santiago de Chile. And he's one of those guys who were inspired to work on this issue because he learned to swim in the water of Uruguay direct democracy as a very early person. And he was also one of the first to really look into the existence and the value and the developments of direct democracy worldwide in a global perspective. So that was also the reason we got in touch almost 20 years ago. So I would basically like to start. Each of you will have maximum 5 minutes. David, you can start with your comments.
It works? It's on, okay. Well, I will not say that we must, I'm gladly you make this report. It seems that the field of studying direct democracy is mature enough for making assessment of how it works worldwide, and I congratulate you. Seriously, I had good fun reading this in the plane. So I will rapidly mention a few points, just a few points that you might be interested in contemplating for this or future editions of this report. The first aspect that caught my attention is that you claim that the focus of this report is placed on direct democracy institutions at the national level in sovereign countries. But in the middle of the road, you use a lot of time and pages on dealing with subnational levels. I would leave this dimension aside, not because it's not important, but because I'm not sure you are covering all subnational MDDs that happen in the world. You are concentrating in the US and Switzerland, but you are not talking about Argentina, Spain, Mexico, etc. So unless you are sure you cover the whole world, I would leave this subnational decision aside. Also, you mentioned that most of your data comes from C2D, which is a fantastic database on direct democracy, but you must be aware that there is an important lag on time since a vote is held in any of these countries, and then it's included in the database. And that's why actually you recognize that in page 44 when you say, well, we didn't find information on Venezuela and this and that. So I will try other uses. I will try to use other databases for direct democracy, like for instance, the database for search engine on direct democracy, SUD, right? By the way, at VDEM, we do systematically cover 4 larger types of MDDs, which are popular initiatives, rejective or abrogative referendums, and mandatory referendums, and plebiscites, right? So the report that you mentioned quite a couple of times, the Tunnel Lurman, it's just a particular brief, but it's not the database. In the database, we have everything. So, more substantially, you're using a quite lax definition of direct democracy, which is perfectly fine. But I would be aware a bit more on fusing extremely different categories into a unique category like agenda initiatives and popular initiatives. Those are different animals and they are used in absolutely different contexts for different purposes. For some people, me included, agenda initiative or petitions are not direct democratic by definition. They're important, but technically there is no consensus that they belong to the world of direct democracy. They belong to the world of participatory democracy, deliberative democracy. But direct democracy, we can discuss about that. So then I have some. I lost my track here, blah, 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 blah. I'm kind of confused in the lexicon that you use, in the taxonomies. For instance, when you defined a legislative citizens initiative, you mentioned which allows citizens who collect enough signatures to trigger a binding referendum or the legislative proposal. So, if I were you, I would definitely openly use the Swiss terminology. I guess everyone who studies direct democracy in one way or another has to deal with Switzerland. That's the gold standard of direct democracy, and I think all scholars go and always refer to Switzerland. So, therefore, I would use Swiss terminological definitions on what different institutions are. referendums, popular initiatives, mandatory referendums, fiscal referendums, etc. I wouldn't even do not separate fiscal and other type of referendums. I could put all of them in referendums, but no mandatory. Okay, 1 minute left. So, thank you, thank you, thank you. Finally, other little questions. One of the problems when we count referendums, traditional problems that we have, is that we don't pay attention enough for preemptive negotiations that actually the existence of a referendum might trigger. These are called usually as the indirect effects of direct democracy, or the paradoxical effects of direct democracy, as I call them. So counting the amount of MDDs does not necessarily reflect how we citizens can influence our lives democratically. And that's a problem when we count. Why? Because if the referendums are extremely important, I'm afraid of a referendum as a government, so I call the parties that might call for a referendum to a table of negotiation. If the negotiations are successful, then I integrate their opinions, and there is no need for a referendum. And actually, in that country, the mere existence of a referendum makes the referendum unnecessary.
Thank you very much. It's yes. You have seen I'm very tolerant. 30 seconds over time. So yes.
Love you.
Yeah, Anna.
Okay, thank you. I will be short. I will try to be short. So thank you very much for inviting me to commenting that. I also was lucky to get the report a week ago, and I read it carefully on the plane as David. And it was a bit of a travel back for me, because I remember the beginning of The Navigator. There was a conference in Brussels, I think, about 18 years ago. And I remember Klaus Hoffmann to ask me to respond on Poland and so on. And I also made some reports for IDEA in Stockholm on Central European countries. And now we can see the results after so many years. You mentioned, Clara, about 2,000 entries, and yes, so this is very nice to see that. And I like this. I agree with David with most his remarks. And what is important for me is this conceptual work that you mentioned, because it's very important. I remember also another conference in Berlin. I met Demokratie for the first time, about 20 years ago. And there was a presentation on popular initiative, citizens' initiative. I don't remember the speaker, sorry. But there was a table concerning European experiences, and there was no Poland. So that was my first foreign conference on direct democracy, and so I said at the discussion, okay, but there is also popular initiative, citizens' initiative in Poland, and the response was, yeah, we know that, but it is not a popular initiative. So I said, oh, so what's that? This is agenda initiative. Yeah, so it opened my eyes, and I think that at the moment, a lot of people from Poland who take your work and see that you call what we say referenda plebiscite, yes? So they will also be surprised at the beginning, and it will be very inspiring, because it's like talking a lot about direct democracy. They say that our constitution is in Poland, very pro-direct democracy, referenda, initiative, and so on. But when you try to think carefully about that, so you get to the point that there is no direct democracy, and the rule of sovereignty of the people you mentioned at the beginning, yes, so it is not implemented at all, yes, so this is very important to show people what direct democracy should be, how we should understand. I agree with you that, yes, that type, that you cannot decide, yes, this is not direct democracy. And the report is very inspiring. I think that this is a kind of starting point for the discussion. And when I was reading that, I had, oh my God, but I don't agree with this and this, because it looks different in Poland. Like you have such finding like collecting period of signatures, that it can't be, that if this is too short, so this is very difficult for the organization to make such initiative. A few years ago, we worked on the amendments to the law on popular initiative in Polish, popular initiative in Poland, and our proposal was to extend the period from 3 months to half a year. But then we consulted that with the organizations, and they said, no, you shouldn't do that, because this is our, in Poland, voluntary work. And for us, it's much easier to motivate people to be active for 3 months and to launch very concise initiative than to make it for half a year, because some people would not be so interested. Yes, so we should think about that. And then about paper format makes it easier for petitioners. No, in Poland it is not. This is the main barrier, because nobody in Poland nowadays want to sign something to give your data in public, in the street. Yes, so we are working on the electronic way as the only one. Or the last thing about because you mentioned our examples from the last year of referenda, and it's also about the turnout, like 50% quorum turnout can be. It encourages to discuss the issue as little as possible. To make voters forget that the referendum is being held. So it was not true in Poland, yes? So it was the opposite, because we had that 50%, so we were discussing a lot. Yes, so even in social media, messages were sent to people, don't go, think twice if you really want to take part in this referendum. So people were very, very aware of that. And we had this referendum with elections, so the turnout in elections was 74, but in referenda it was 40. So it means that the discussion was very effective.
Thank you very much.
Yes, so we should consult this.
Thank you. So I will very briefly to say about the good point, because we all share those. And also, I learned a lot about your report, but I want to make it improved for the future readers for this book. So first, I want to highlight I was more dependent on navigator. So navigate means something moving. So, but the title of State of Democracy is more static. So, but your approach is you try to be more added value. So then. You cover the global, national, and subnational, then it is quite some kind of architectural and constructive way. So in that sense, the title is, for me, it is not that much include that rich contents of your report. And the second one is that it is related with the format is your number 6 part, because yours is a 5 years approach. First started with the 5 years approach, and then 2023 1 year approach, and then later on the academic research summarization, and most of academic research is based on for the long-term some kind of database analysis. So some kind of that kind of, so you can be better to academic implications in the forefront. Because we are, or otherwise, so if the reader are only focused on 2020, because it is going to be an annual report. So starting with 2023, so I'm thinking about the 24 report and the 25 report, and everybody showed interest that year first. Then, but there are so many academic typological explanations. I think that so you can change the order of the report for the reader friendly, and also I'm thinking about the annual report try to help the people the changes, but if based on your conceptualization added value too much on constitutional constitutional level, then it is very difficult to see the changes. So in that sense, the real bottom-up approach because we are all activists coming from different worlds, so something is which is more, we can see our achievement is related with the subnational level. So, so in that sense, some of the we can see through the report some of the progressive journey for us to go. So that was what I found. Because of this year it is okay, but when we publish it annually, so we need some parameters to see the changes very visibly. So, and also, and so one small point is we have the previous navigator, the typology is quite simple. So we can see, so I was learned also plebiscite and social movement direct action is not exactly direct democracy. Some of the learning process which is not really direct democracy, but in your integrative approaches, it is very difficult to some kind of differentiate which one is more normatively better way. So, but yours is more near. No. So, and I also want you to highlight more focus on popular sovereignty. So, because all the the philosophical basis of popular sovereignty, you have cited Condorcet only, but related on the deep historical background, not only modern period, but also pre-modern period. Why we should reflect popular sovereignty in what way? That is the one thing we can persuade the existing politicians to be more normatively change the current system. So, but there are so many things, but because of time limit, I really appreciate your some kind of research. But I want to make it ours. That's why I want to pinpoint it to something. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, I don't want to stress anybody here. Luciana.
Okay, thank you. I'm here partly also due to some historical events. First of all, 1989, I was happy enough and lucky enough, like very few people in the world, to live through a regime change to democracy, not the other way around, hopefully. The other major event for me was in the second half of the 90s when our government announced that high school students would have to pass the exam in 7 subjects instead of 4. I was in the final year and we were all in the street. And at that time, I wanted to be a movie director. And that event actually changed my whole career path. Through a series of events that led to the something that could be a movie, I arrived to negotiate, to be part of the pupils negotiating directly with the Prime Minister, and my argument was that we cannot change the rules during the game. That's part of democracy. And reflecting about this path that, this event that changed my career, I would ask myself, this was an argument that was very much floating around at that time in the transition period. Would that be an element of direct dialogue on democracy or not? And how can we take into account other stakeholders than just simple citizens? If we are taking other areas, not just the regular political interaction, would we gain from understanding direct democracy a little bit better? Perhaps this is for future reports. However, now since you focused only on the formal part, I'm also wondering whether just measuring whether different types of referenda and initiatives are enough is just about a form. Shouldn't we also take into account the content? For instance, in Romania, about 6 years ago, we had a referendum that was actually trying to restrict rights. Is this a form of, should we actually count this as direct democracy? or not. Then another issue that is very much related to something that we all experience is related to emergency situations. We all experienced that during COVID. And there were forms of direct engagements related to strengthening democracy or, on the contrary, diminishing the level of democracy. So instead of thinking about direct democracy, we should perhaps think about the direct involvement of citizens in strengthening democracy. That's probably more relevant. And not only in the COVID-19 situation I'm thinking, but I'm thinking at the specific case, for instance, of Ukraine, which is still an emergency situation. And at the same time, we have a lot of indicators that show us that democratic elements are consolidating there through processes that we haven't been familiar with so far, through innovative things that are not just mimicking other ideas that they were found somewhere else. So I think that we should take into account also maybe contexts that are not classic democracies. And that goes to my next remark about trying to find democratic elements, including related to classic direct democracy, in contexts that are not democratic. I think that could help us actually find more interesting things about how we can strengthen democracy. But perhaps that's just my personal interest, because I lived through that moment of 1989, and I'm still puzzled how lucky we are, and I'm still, as a political scientist, I'm still struggling to understand how we can actually go from authoritarianism to democracy. And here, one of the major points that I think that could be actually integrated in the current report is about an issue that has been constantly, and that's the last thing, on the agenda during the last 25 years, that of the level of political trust, and how political trust affects the forms and use of direct democracy instruments. We've been working on a project like that, and if you can just add just show the website at the technical.
Excuse me.
Okay. We are in the middle of it. No, not that one. It's called Through Them, Trust in European Democracy, but even if it's mostly focused on Europe, yes, we are trying to, yeah, perfect, thank you. We are trying to get more on recontextualizing trust, and we have a preliminary data that show that in the last 25 years, there is a huge rise in researching trust, including in matters related to direct democracy. So here I think it will be a huge audience for what you're doing. But we're also having preliminary data on Romania with interviews, and that's really my last point. We are noticing a closing of the political space, and everybody that we interviewed from different political parties, different sectors, different stakeholders talk about the importance of talking directly to the citizens, and they are familiar with direct democracy tools. However, nobody really knows how to do it, and most people, not only from Romania, but all over the world, are telling us, should we just mimic Swiss elements, or should we actually think about the spirit of the Swiss direct democracy and reflect about what these elements could bring to democracy. So that's my last remark. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Already this discussion is much broader. I will now go like that. I will take 6, maximum 1 minute statements from the room, from all sides, and as diverse as possible. Then you have one last wish each to the authors, and then you one last wish. Wish. Yeah. Wish. Yes. Wish. And then you have a few minutes for your takeaways. So let's see. We start in the. It doesn't mean the last wish. Yes. And I will hold the microphone.
You hold the microphone. Yeah. Thank you very much. One about logistics. Can we see this report somewhere? Do you have a link or a QR code? Because you play tennis, but we don't see the ball, actually. The second, I relate to the point of Mrs. Gica Not all referenda are the same. Plebiscites are instruments of autocrats in these new proliferating illiberal regimes. She mentioned an example in Romania. There are others in the region. If we just count them, ignoring the political context, I'm not sure we are really talking about democracy, especially those who are initiated from the top of the government with political purposes in mind.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes. Yeah, I go back. So I come here. Not on participatory democracy now.
No. A short question. I'm very interested in who made the rules. Is it included in the report, or can we include it in the report? Normally, the direct democracy rules are done in the Constitution, but who has the hands on the Constitution? This, if this would be possible, if it is a parliamentarian idea, a government idea, or if the peoples have their hands on, like in the Swiss model, that would be interesting for me. Because normally, if it is the Constitution is written top down, there are very bad rules for direct democracy. If the people have their hands on the Constitution, it's easily accessible.
Thank you. Coming on the other side. Okay.
Thank you. Direct democracy puts a huge focus on citizens. Yet, when we talk about it, we talk all about we talk so much more about the institutional part. So I'm trying to ask. Of course, I haven't seen the report, so I'm looking forward to that. But I'm trying to ask if you have put a focus on citizens. I think maybe one interesting insight from the Romanian experience and probably of the region is that if one day totalitarianism ends and the next day democracy begins, subjects of former totalitarian regimes do not become democratically minded citizens holding democratic values. So who are these citizens in a sense, and how can we understand them better, and how can we understand how we build citizenship better? Thank you.
Thank you.
I appreciated the point about separating subnational and national if you can't capture all the subnational, but I just wanted to plug, I focus on local and regional governance, so please keep the subnational. So that's what. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I have a question. It's very specific. In Berlin, where I'm from, it's a subnational level, but I think it maybe exists at the national level. We have a kind of mix between a gender setting initiative and a legislative binding referendum or popular initiative. It's when you're not bringing a law to the ballot, but it's called an other object. So it's just a simple question, and the effect is that it's not as binding as a law. And in 2 times, we have 8 referenda in Berlin, and 2 times these other topics, they weren't really implemented because it was not as binding, and it's a problem. And maybe you can keep that in mind. And I just wanted to agree that maybe taking into account the content of the popular initiatives, especially bottom-up, it would be really good for us in Germany for the argumentation for direct democracy, because there are so many assumptions and myths. And if you show that, for example, in Ecuador, there was these nice environmental initiatives. If you show these good examples, we can work really good with it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Okay. Really quick, I would just like to stress on how important it is to maybe show a little more the limitations of direct democracy in different contexts. I will say this from the Colombian experience, where direct democracy has been really traumatic in some events. It has really deepened a lot of tensions that already existed in the country. And when we voted either or not have the peace agreement with the guerrillas FARC, and the final vote was no, and this vote was made by the people that didn't even experience the war. This has been like something that we now use really carefully, and I think that it's really hard to see how this is like an idealistic thing that we are going towards, but it really has a lot of limitations for other countries in the global south.
Thank you.
I like very much this picture of the navigator you were referring for. So my question is about those who have the who make the rules have the highest power. So do you focus also on the question of who is taking care on the rules of direct democracy, and are there, like I would say, implemented learning processes or reflection processes? Because at the end, it's not about the status, but it's about what we can learn, how to do it better.
Thank you.
Yes, hello. I'm Uffe Hvidkjær from Denmark. I've been joining Global Forum 3 times now, but I think every time I'm the only Dane here. So I want you to help.
That's your mistake.
Yeah, so I just want to help you. Denmark was mentioned a few times in your report. So if I should ask the question, how is Denmark doing in direct democracy? Can you help me?
Thank you very much. A lot of points, a lot of voices. I think that's the way we want to work. And now, David, you have, excuse me? Yes, there are many other questions, but...
It's a request to keep it to 5 minutes, to keep it short.
Yeah, of course. I try, as you see. So, David, 1 minute max.
Okay, beyond love, health, and a lovely life, I wish you, first, use better data. Go beyond C2D. For instance, Marshall Island is included in the report and it's included in C2D, but there was no referendum in Marshall Island. Didn't exist. The Marshallians didn't vote, actually. It was delayed for 1 year. That's the reason why you've had such a hard time finding data. Use a more natural taxonomy, definitions. I recommend to use the Swiss case because it's the most natural for all of us. But you can use something but be extremely systematic. Do not please include illegal referendums, as in page 42. Illegal referendums could be a messy category because everything could be called an illegal referendum if we gather here and we vote on something. It might be an illegal referendum, I don't know. So it's a problematic category, I would leave it aside. And finally, keep going with the data on the episodes of direct democracy. The best example is Ecuador that was mentioned. I mean, it was a popular initiative. It was approved by citizens. It took 10 years to qualify this popular initiative. It was a long story. But the President Lasso said, okay, that's fine, I lost, so what? And the oil exploitation in that national park, Chassouni, it's keep going on. So it had no effect whatsoever. So sometimes you have to be a little more delicate in differentiating the effects of the vote and how authorities abide by the decisions.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That was 6 wishes, but that's okay. Yeah.
Okay, I have a wish and an invitation. I wish you to have more time to have proper feedback for the future. So that's why we invite you and all those who would like to join us at the University of Bucharest in September 19 to 21st. We're having the 9th International Conference on Political Research, which is dedicated to trust this year, actually. So it's really very important. And the last day is the 21st of September, which is the International Day of Peace, where we are going to have also diplomats from different parts of the world, academics talking about how we can do such things. So it's an invitation to continue the conversation so that the future reports are even more solid and better known across the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anna?
Yes, I would like to wish you to find responsive national experts from the countries you want to cover in the report, because when we write about institutions to be implemented in different countries, so even if this is formally the same institution, it will work, it will be, it will have different consequences. So it's maybe very important just to have the inside view on that. Yes, so this is my wish.
Thank you.
Okay, same. According to your report, all the Asian countries are boxed in 87, late 80s, yet about their constitution reform, but there are many trials and errors also other than constitutional changes, so covering more stories from that side also, and then I advise you to make a certain directory. As a researcher, it is difficult. Someone who can report to you make a certain rich directory based on the story also, and also think about because I see your State of Democracy report is a kind of a landscape picture, but within that landscape, we need some people and animals also, not only woods and trees. And so in that sense, we see the polarization of participation also, and also how how unequal distribution of citizenship sector and activist role of activism. So that was my comment.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And now, basically, you have no time to answer, but you can you can express yourself shortly. Yeah.
Thank you very much for this rich discussion. I would like just one point to develop on one point. This report is like it's not like a movie. It's like a series. This is the first season, correct? Each year it will develop other things. So I have in mind many information to give, especially how democratic institution born. And we have here Kim Graves, who is doing a PhD on exactly this question. So she will be included. And the other point is more on the limit of the direct democracy and the word to be used. So we are interested to have your preferred options.
Thank you.
Very short, thank you. I think the idea was also to trigger a discussion, so we're very happy to see that interest. Many ideas on how to take into account your feedback. You also judge the next episode. And the report will be released right after the forum, so you can have it and look at it. And please be in touch with us, knowing that our challenge is to keep it short. So it's not an encyclopedia, but it's really something that should also be, not too long. So, but thanks a lot for the many good feedback points and ideas. We feel really privileged to have this opportunity of sharing this with you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. This was really encouraging. This was historic, as I said before. And I have two concluding wishes. One is something following up on what you said exactly. And it's something a good friend of us in Switzerland who was responsible for the booklet sent out to everybody ahead of votes always said, think as a philosopher, write as a farmer. That's a first wish. And secondly, good luck to you. Good luck to us. Thank you very much.
So, I also have a wish. So my wish is that you keep your interest for the final session that we will have to debate, and afterwards we will be able to, enjoy all the fruitful conclusions and discussions for lunch. But before that, we have a special session and the concluding one, which I think summarizes very well what we have been brainstorming together, and it's about how to create trust for the right reasons during elections and for democracy. And I'm very pleased to welcome in this sense PhD Professor Dragoș Ivan, lawyer in Romania, and he will introduce the session and the speakers. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I invite the speaker to have a seat next to me. Meanwhile, just one question for this wonderful audience. Who here wants his voice to be heard? By show of hands. including the speakers as well, although they are guaranteed to have their voice heard. Okay. Who once here likes to make decisions for him or herself? Who here wants to shape democracy, shape the way we're living? Show of hands. Wow, this is a wonderful, wonderful, astonishing audience because you're all very proactive. Thank you. It's going to be an interesting debate. All right, so now imagine a world where everybody's voice is being heard, a world where justice prevails, where elections truly represent the will of the people. And today, we are here to delve deep into democracy by analyzing both justice and the electoral process and the way it shapes lives, shapes our societies, and shapes our world, okay? So we'll be doing this with a couple of the best specialists in this field, people that have devoted their lives to protecting democracy and justice, people that held office in authorities, important authorities, that are teachers, that form generations, and they are practicing legal and the rule of law. I'd like to start with Ms. Cortac Olga. Thank you for being here. She's director of the Administrative Service of the Legal Research Center in Moldova. I'd like to continue with University Professor Edna Raquel Ogeman. She's Dean of the Center for Legal Services of the Federal University of the State of Rio de Janeiro. Thank you for coming. Continue with Professor Marieta Safta, Vice President of the Senate of the UTM University, that is the University of Titu Maiorescu, Bucharest, Romania. Also, University Professor Ovidiu Ioan Dumitru. He's Dean of the Faculty of Law of the University Academy of Economics, Bucharest, Romania. And also University Professor Osvaldo Lima Jr., University of the State of Rio de Janeiro. Thank you for coming here. Thank you for having this debate. A big round of applause. Thank you. First of all, I'm going to ask the guest speakers. I believe that we should start from a broader perspective, like an international context, then focus on the European continent, and then on the European Union and Romania. But first of all, I'm always interested in the constitutional perspective. So I'm going to ask Professor Marieta Safta to tell us about the constitutional perspective on legislative organization of the electoral process. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude for the invitation and to congratulate the organizer of the forum. I think it's an exceptional event, providing such a great platform for discussions and new ideas, and also for connections for the future projects. I'm very honored to be here today along with the other special guests and to discuss about such important topic, democracy and elections, the trust in democracy. Dragos invited me to provide a perspective, a constitutional perspective. I'm a former magistrate of the Constitutional Court, so I will try to express some thoughts on this, let's say, constitutional perspective on such important question, how to create trust in elections, how to create trust for good reasons. It's a very special concept, and congratulations for the idea. Because in my opinion, trust for good reasons means acting in good faith, which in terms of institutional relationship means to show constitutional loyalty in all of these dimensions of the complex electoral process, meaning legislation, the conduct of the competitors, electoral competitors, and also of the institutions. the election process in itself and the election campaign. I will try to say a few words about each of these points, and I will start with the legislation, so trust in legislation. We are scholars here, professors of constitutional law, political sciences, and usual in our meetings and debates and conferences, but also you as practitioners, you know that there are so many dysfunctions in terms of lawmaking process and the legislations. But in order to have trust in the elections, we need to have a better legislation in terms of the quality of the legislation. How could we have trust in a legislation changing all the time, and sometimes even in the year of the election, close to the point of the elections? So there are a lot of things to discuss here. Trust of clarity, accessibility of the laws, and let's say familiarity. Because the people, they trust what they know and what they understand very well. But in the same times, we realize that the electoral reforms are necessary. So it's important to explain why it's necessary, and to be aware and consider and take measures in order to prevent this kind of distrust of the citizens in front of the new reforms, in front of the new laws. And at the same time, so we have to be aware that some changes and some electoral regulations are not so easy to understand. And sometimes introducing new voting arrangement may take several electoral cycles to be understood and to be predictable. These issues of familiarity is based on stability of the legislation and predictability of the legislation. And here I will remind just in a few words some recommendation of the Code of Good Practice in Electoral Matters adopted by the Venice Commission, where it was stated that the fundamental elements of the electoral law, in particular the electoral system, the main elements, should not be open to amendment less than 1 year before an election, or should be written in the Constitution or at a level higher than ordinary law. It is not about the changing the voting system, but it's about to change this system frequently or just before, within the year of elections. According to the Venice Commission, even when no manipulation is intended, changes will be seen to be dictated by immediate party political interest. This kind of opinion, the opinions of the Venice Commissions were also invoked in the case law of the Constitutional Court of Romania, but in relation with the legal certainty. So it is necessary to analyze in each case when they change the legislation, the electoral legislation close to the election, whether such changes affect legal certainty. As concerned the level of the legislation, our court emphasized the importance of codification in this area, and for years there has been ongoing discussion about the necessity of the electoral code to have all this kind of regulation in electoral matter in one law, not so many laws in order to confuse the citizens. As concerns the trust in institution, an important concept developed also in the constitutional jurisdiction, also in the opinion of the Venice Commission, is the loyal conduct of the authorities. This is not only about following explicit legal and constitutional provisions, but also about constitutional behavior and practices that support compliance with formal rules by all constitutional bodies and promote mutual respect among them. So in essence, it's about the constitutional culture of dialogue between institutions in order to avoid the conflicts. And it is also about the culture of the citizens, in order to not confuse the people, the officials, with the institution. We've just discussed on our way before this session, before this debate, about the importance of the culture of the citizen, to not confuse the people with the institution, to not think that they deserve something because they are in that position. So it's another issue to have in mind, to be aware when we discuss about the constitutional perspective and also about the education. As in terms of organization of the electoral process, I'll stay two more minutes and so on. Please. As in terms of organization of electoral process, there are a lot of factors that we could take into account. For example, along with the transparency and communication, it is important to offer equal opportunities for the competitors to provide and to their electoral platform. For example, in Romania, years ago, the Constitutional Court sanctioned a situation when the competitors in the presidential elections did not have equal time allocated on national television to present their platform. We can discuss here about protecting the electoral processes from disinformation, fake news. We discuss also in the opening of the forum and also in our conference this week at the University to my rescue with our colleagues from Ukraine about this danger of the fake news. Do we really have instruments to prevent and to control this phenomenon? I don't know. And once again, I will mention here the importance of clear laws and very simple procedures in order to not confuse the people when they come to vote. From this perspective, it is debatable to organize different types of elections in the same time. As concerns the electoral campaign, I would like to request some help somehow. Dragos knows. Because in this meeting it is about debates, raising issues, but also to show you our day-to-day work and how we I don't know, as a professor, because we have a huge responsibility in this regard, how we involve young people to study and to learn about democracy. These days, some of my students were awarded for their research. And we didn't know it was happened that this research is really on topic of this debate. That's why I chose to invite them, if you agree, to say a few words about this research and to introduce themselves, to express and to show us why the idea of this research, the methodology and the results of this research. They are awarded with the first prize for this paper entitled "The Color of Good Faith in Electoral Campaigns from the Perspective of the Citizens." Allow me to invite them for I don't know, a few minutes to introduce them and to say a few words. They worked hard for this paper, and I'm really happy, and I congratulate them.
Good encouragement. Thank you for coming, and can't wait to hear your thoughts. Go.
Hello, esteemed colleagues and distinguished guests, greetings. My name is Emmanuel Stoican. Okay, round two. My name is Emanuel Stoican, and I study law and political science, specializing in international relations and European studies. And alongside my colleague Constantin Iulian Tănașcu, who also studies law and has a strong background in economics. It's our privilege to share our scholarly inquiry titled The Color of Good Faith in Electoral Competition. Our inquiry began with one fundamental question: what constitutes good faith in the context of electoral campaigns, and how does it manifest in contemporary democratic societies? To discover this enigma, we delved into diverse perspectives, going from legal frameworks to sociological analysis. So we had a survey, a quest upon 860 people who responded, and we delved into some diverse conclusions and also recommendations. Drawing upon scholarly discourse and legal doctrine, we also articulated a comprehensive definition of good faith as the inner conviction of individuals that their actions align with moral and legal norms. Through a rigorous survey of public perception, we sought to gauge the pulse of society, not necessarily to critique the political class. And regarding the principle of good faith in electoral campaigns, of course, as we reflect upon our odyssey through the realm of electoral integrity and so on, one thing stays abundantly clear: the imperative for reform and renewal is paramount. The preservation of democratic ideals hinges upon a collective commitment to upholding the principles of transparency, ethics, and accountability. And of course, as a footnote, we reached to 5 big conclusions that could also be found in our article: absence of partisan color in good faith, lack of essential traits in political class, focus on electoral victory over citizen needs, lack of legal accountability, and of course, need for legislative reform and civic education. Because in order to address these challenges, there's an urgent need for the legislature and regulating the conduct of politicians and parties during electoral campaigns.
Wonderful, wonderful. Good research.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
So no color for good faith in electoral campaign. According to their study, all the citizens, they require to all the parties involved in the political campaign, to all competitors, to have good faith and constitutional loyalty. So it's about this trust, to build this trust. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I'd like to thank you, University Professor Marieta Safta, for bringing also a practical example and also for sharing your experience. I'd like to underline 3 aspects that are also my personal favorites: the idea of an electoral code, legal certainty, again, and really nice idea, and you really put it in a diplomatic way, not confuse people with an institution. I think that should be a motto of some sort. But really, really thank you for the contribution. And moving on, as I told you before, we're going to have a Romanian perspective, a European continent perspective, an EU perspective, an international perspective. Moving on, and right now, maybe you know, it's an important topic, the negotiations that are taking place between the Republic of Moldova and the European Union. And we have a specialist with us, Ms. Cortacu Olga, Director of Administrative Science, Legal Research Center for Moldova. I'm going to ask her to help us out with the perspective, and the perspective is gained through the negotiations that are taking place between the European Union and Moldova. Thank you.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much for the invitation. It's likewise a big pleasure for me to join the event, and I'd be very happy in the next couple of minutes to share a short perspective on the Republic of Moldova. Our colleague presented us a few of theoretical things and backgrounds for democracy and elections, but I would like to go on with a study case, if I may call it, and present a couple of things about our country, Republic of Moldova, who has been very much into the public discussion on the European continent, especially for the last 2 years since the Russian aggression in Ukraine started. And why I'm mentioning this? Because a few weeks after it started, Ukraine, together with Moldova, they submitted the EU accession request, which for Moldova marked a very important path on its development, democracy improvement, and country development, if I may say. Well, it all started in March 2022 with a candidate status country received in June 2022, along with which the European Commission issued a report saying that Moldova has an important homework to do if the country wants to join the European Union, exactly like other countries had to do when they passed through the same process. So there were a couple of conditionalities that Moldova had to follow, had to improve different things, and they concerned mainly the justice reform, fight against corruption, the oligarchization, anti-money laundering, public administration reform, public money administration, good management of public resources, and improvement of electoral legal framework. Where I would like to stop my attention today, because as per the report issued by the European Commission last November, when they advised that Moldova and Ukraine start the negotiations with EU, almost all the conditionalities were achieved with a couple of but still to do some things and to improve a couple of things. So I would like to stop my presentation on two most important areas, and the first of them will be the justice reform, and we, as Dragoș said in the beginning, will tackle a little bit the trust of citizens into justice. The European Commission said that Moldova should take care very well about its justice reform, and especially to ensure a transparent process and a merit-based process when it comes to appoint people into justice administrative bodies, when it comes to appointing judges, prosecutors, those who take care that the democracy and the rule of law it's respected as it should be. So we had to start an important process, and probably majority of you knows that we are currently undergoing an external evaluation of the justice system, meaning that there is a special commission formed by national and international experts, independent commission, which evaluates each and every candidate for a position within the justice governing bodies, and here I'm talking about Superior Council of Magistracy, Superior Council of Prosecutors, which was successfully achieved, and we have now independent and evaluated people occupying these positions. And when I'm talking about the evaluation, I'm mainly talking about their financial and ethical integrity, so that we need this kind of people for ensuring proper democracy in our countries. So this was successfully achieved. Moldova is currently undergoing Supreme Court of Justice reform, and then if this is achieved, we can say we did a good homework at this point. But there is always a but. There is still a lot to be done. We still have failed to name a general prosecutor. There was an attempt early in this year to appoint a general prosecutor for Moldova, and the process unfortunately seemed to be nice with a prosecutor elected, but it seemed it was not transparent, so they had to annul the results of the contest, and Moldova still doesn't have a general prosecutor appointed. A couple of updates were made to the legislation, to the rules applied to selection of the general prosecutor. There was a new contest announced, which had the deadline exactly 3 days ago, and we can't wait to see how the process will go, and if this is achieved, we can consider we are on a good path. Still a lot of work to be done. The external evaluation of the justice system is still undergoing. There is currently an evaluation of judges and prosecutors, which started recently. But we are committed and we are dedicated to this, because everyone is aware about the importance of this exercise for the democracy and the independence of the country. The second point I wanted to talk about, because I'll not talk anymore about fight against corruption, about the oligarchization and other stuff. Probably these are very well known also in other countries, and probably this homework stays still available for many of us, how to find proper instruments to fight and to implement them effectively. And probably with another occasion we can exchange good practices among us, because there is a lot to be learned from different countries. The second thing I wanted to talk about is the updates of the electoral legislation, which were also homework for Moldova under the preparation for the negotiations opening. There was a mission of OSCE and EDIR coming to Moldova a couple of years ago. They issued a report and they made a couple of recommendations for us to improve the legislation. Such a process took place, so our legislators initiated the process and we adopted a new electoral code in December 2022. Perhaps if I'm presenting them right away, it will be nothing innovative and nothing new for you, but among others, they had made changes into the electoral legislations when it comes to composition and methods of appointment of the Central Electoral Commission. The new electoral codes also allows today to have elections for 2 days in certain electoral districts or polling stations. And the subjects that can now participate into elections in Moldova can also be initiative groups and electoral blocks. So nothing new, nothing so innovative, but still very important for our way to proper democracy and well-being of each and every citizen, if I may say this way. A couple of few practical things with regards to elections, and this is how I'm going to conclude my presentation about Moldova. We are, like Romania and other countries, undergoing elections this year. Everything started with local elections last November. We are going to have presidential elections this October and parliamentary elections next summer. What I'm naming all of them, it is probably one of the most important periods in Moldova's history since our independence 33 years ago. And this October, together with the presidential elections, there is going to be a referendum calling out for our citizens to express their options if they support or not the European accession. So it will be probably the most important exam, if I may call it this way, for our politicians and for everyone who fights for democracy when citizens will answer. My assumption and my hope is that there will be a strong yes for it. My fear is that not enough people will attend it, because we need 1/3 of people who are today on the electoral list to be present, and considering the huge migration which took place in Moldova for the last years, and considering the influence that we face today and the fight that we have today against some intentions from abroad, from countries like Russia, to destabilize the situation in Moldova, considering some people like Shor, of whom you may probably have heard, who is an oligarch who ran away from Moldova because he has a couple of criminal cases due to his activities to destabilize the country, but he is still trying to influence a lot the situation in the country. So there are a couple of important things to be considered in this regard. There is an important period of time when our authorities, civil society, and each and every member of our society has to work a lot and to prepare for this important exercise. However, we hope it will bring the country where it has to be, and it will be an important starting point for our way on the European path. Thank you.
Wonderful audience. I'm going to ask you another question. Can we learn from mistakes? I believe yes. No, this is a question for the audience. So if you believe that we can learn from mistakes, please raise your hand. Mistakes, yes. Because one of the most impressive things that Ms. Quartac presented to us is that they initially started a procedure in order to name a general prosecutor. They noticed that transparency was lacking. They noticed that they can do it better, and they started all over again. And that takes strength, democratic strength. And thank you very much for presenting that example. Continuing, and a big round of applause for that idea and for our presenter. Moving on to an EU perspective, because, okay, maybe you are familiar with the fact that in 2024, most of the population of this world is going to the polls. They're going to elect. And their decision will have greater impact upon the entire globe and upon the direction of our decision-making process, of our electoral process and democracy. But a huge part of this population lives right here. It's among us. It's right us, the European Union. And in order for us to better understand this process, I'm going to ask Professor Ovidiu Dumitru, Dean of Faculty of Law, to present a bit of idea around the European Union and its electoral process. Thank you very much for coming. We are listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Dragos. Now, before going to the elections this year at European Parliament, I noted down some thoughts my colleague, Professor Marietta Safta, pointed out, because they are connected to the European elections. We had some amendments in our country due to, as Dragos said, we have a year with many elections, happened to have 4 types of elections in 1 year. That's math. In the end, we cannot change that. And those amendments raise some questions. And yes, we start also questioning ourselves if by changing the dates of elections, by changing the electoral law, we may affect somehow the way the citizens are seeing some people in some positions where they're seeing somehow those persons candidating in the right way. Because when you have at the same time European elections with national, in our case local elections, clearly you have 2 campaigns, clearly you have different types of people present themselves to the population, and in that moment you start raising if the government and others had the right reasons to come with those amendments. Now we are not questioning, in the end we have a constitutional court. Those questions were addressed from the legal point of view to this court, and we had an answer from there. So as professors, as lawyers, as citizens, we have the answer at least from this point of view. Still, as professors, I think both of European law, we may actually question ourselves if we have the right representation in the end trust as after the electoral procedure takes place in those members of the European Parliament, if actually we're not somehow not misled but confused by the electoral campaign which takes place theoretically 1 month before the electoral moment. Practically, of course, with each one presenting, and here I'll go a bit to the second point that Professor Safta raised, with the people who are in certain positions. And, of course, having different activities nowadays, being more present maybe than they were before, mistakenly not seeing that person as the position and not seeing just as a candidate. Now, I may say that each one has, of course, a certain activity in the last years, 5 or 4, and this can be an advantage or disadvantage. In the end, the citizens have seen this person present in all these years. They should have the maturity to evaluate the activity not from the last months, but for the last years. So, yeah, we have to be careful. We have to be careful also if, at least in Romania nowadays, we have those persons who are clearly closer to the people, more present, and being in political parties, somehow deviating from the ones who are candidating for the European Parliament. So yes, we may have some tractors, we may have some of them being more present than maybe the candidates from the European Parliament in that moment with the votes collected by the parties, affecting somehow their presentation of the candidates for the European elections. So yes, a question may be raised. I was thinking, for instance, the dean. We have exams in a certain moment because we are finalizing our first generation. The studies are finalized over there, and we have to go to Iași and have the exam. They have a different calendar than us. So we had to change us and to respect the law of education, which says that we have to have 3 weeks of exams. Because they have a different calendar, they pushed a bit for our final year students to have 1 week per each exam and not maybe 2 weeks as they deserved. At a certain moment, there were exams like a 2 days exam in order to go with this and of course pursue with what we have in the law, and also to allow them to be present. So at the moment we went anyway on 9th of June, and in that moment we had to change it. Why? Because we thought about this. Okay, our students are not only from Bucharest, they want to vote to both the European elections and the national ones, the local ones. Being local, in that moment they have to go back home and vote. So we changed. We had a new board and a new meeting of our council, and we changed the day for to not to affect the right to vote. In that moment we realized, at least me and others, that this may actually happen in other cases, and yeah, placing at the same date those elections may affect maybe the right to vote. As I said earlier, we have an answer to these questions, at least from the constitutional point of view, but the reality, we have to accept it. Now, going back to the second, anyway, and for what I was anyway called here, trust of the European citizens in the European Parliament, and how actually they sent the people from the national level in this institution. As you know, the European Parliament wasn't as powerful as it is from the beginning. It had just a consultative role. In time, the states realized that those institutions are really working. Now, we remember very well the cases from 60s when Vangelos Costa, which raised some constitutional questions over there, the Italian constitution a bit versus the treaties. And they realized, maybe the Pandoras, maybe they haven't planned this from the beginning, that they realized that those institutions have to work. And in order to work, they have to involve the citizens and to give more power to the people. And in that moment, the parliament, treaty by treaty, and even between treaties in the 70s, became more involved in the legislative process, in all the consultation, even at international level. In 79, based on the decision to create general elections, we have the first ones, and from that moment, at 5 years, we have general elections, and we sent not delegates, but we sent candidates that we select as being the best to represent our interest at European level. Moreover, we have 90s, Maastricht, Amsterdam, Nice, and the other treaties that came after, and especially Lisbon, when the parliament got more involved in the decisional process. So next to the council, which we know very well represents the interests of the states, we have the citizens working together with the states in taking the decision on our matters. Now, I'm a teacher of company law, of business law, and of EU law, but clearly I'm guided more by the private area, and that's why I'm teaching more European business law. And I'll go with this area and just to realize why the parliament had to go and be more involved in order to pursue with this goal. And the goal, for instance, one of the goals there is 114, making a functioning single market. Well, in the moment the institutions have, and I say have because it's their duty to make for us a single market that is actually functional, in that moment, of course, the actors have to have the power. In that moment, we have to send the people in the European Parliament to select the best instruments for us to have this single market. Single market, of course, means what? Means merchants, means consumers, means also national authorities and others. In order to do that, we have a co-decision procedure, which now is the ordinary procedure, so we have the parliament there getting more and more involved. And the question is, do we actually send the right people? Can we actually trust the electoral procedure that we have at EU level that selects the best people to take the best decisions together with the states, but in the end the states have the tendency, in the case law at EU level proved us, to protect a bit themselves and their interests. We have states who at the beginning empower so much the institutions that have the period in which we have a strong piece of legislation at EU level, but we have also periods in which the states started restraining the institutions from acting. In that moment, the parliament has to work for the best interests of the citizens. And here we have a question that has started raising after Amsterdam Treaty. Why? In Maastricht, we have a provision, Maastricht Treaty, which says that we should have a uniform general procedure for the electoral system. And they tried, we had 2 summits. In the end, we finalized, we had we are not these as Romanians, and in Amsterdam we got to certain common principles. To vote in the same day, to have only 1 vote, to allow non-residents to stand as candidates. Well, are those as powerful to prove us that actually we can trust how we select our members of the European Parliament? Because normally we should have, as close as you can, the same procedural, the same electoral system in all member states. Well, if we start investigating, you'll notice that we have different ways to stand as a candidate, even to candidate, what means residency, what means domicile. In some states it's lighter, in others it's stricter. How we are allowed to create political parties, who actually can candidate if just a member of the parliament, of the political party, or an independent, how many actually we need over there to back us up in the elections, and so on. So in that moment we start questioning if the parliament succeeded as an actor after Maastricht in certifying this idea of representation and having the right representation at EU level. If not, the states actually still are the ones deciding nationally. I have to inform you, and I'll finalize here, that I'm also a former legislator. I was a deputy in the Romanian Parliament, that's not at EU level. And as I candidated in the only elections where we had the uninominal election in Romania in 2012. And it was different than the others. We got back to the list. So again, at EU level, we have to have a system, either one or the other, or even mixed. So in that moment, of course, when I noticed how the person became more important and how actually he presented ideas, then where you stand on the list of the political party. So then the states decide which one you have. Do you go over there as a person, present yourself, or the political party presents a list, and of course the political party, going back to what I started, maybe together with other elections at that moment may influence or not the votes finally to that person allocated to that list. So just some questions to be raised again and on trust. I believe that Romania in the last 20 years, yes, amended a lot the electoral law, but I think also got to a certain maturity not to question so much the trust, but question somehow the methods that we are using to have the right representation. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that wonderful presentation that was focused from my point of view on the best interest of the citizen. And it's really nice that the entire institution, through your voice, managed to adapt the dates and put that into questioning. The access of the student to the electoral right, and also access to education. Really nice presentation, thank you very much. And continuing our delving within the democratic process, I'm going to ask another question: how to encourage genuine trust in both democracy and in elections. And for this type of questions, I'm going to ask University Professor Edna Raquel to give us a perspective from the international context. Thank you very much for being here. We are eagerly awaiting your ideas. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon. Great pleasure being here with you, listen so many good things and important reports. Yes, how to encourage genuine trust in elections and democracy. And so I'm from Brazil. I'm a professor from Brazil. I decided to give you an insight from my country with 3 keywords: trust, for sure, democracy, but also citizenship. In fact, I want to talk about citizenship, but I'd like to start reading an excerpt from the book entitled Window on Chaos from Cornelius Castoriadis. The democratic project is the yet unrealized effort to embody in institutions as much as possible individual and social autonomy. In other words, the project goes hand in hand to emergence and affirmation of society's capacity to question its institutions and change them. In philosophical terms, democracy is the regime of reflexivity. This means that democracy presupposes that there is no revelation, but also that there is no absolute knowledge, the political episteme, as Plato believed, and many others after him. Democracy is the regime of doxa, of reflected opinion, aiming at phronesis, concrete wisdom. It is because democracy is the regime of doxa that it must resort to voting and accept the opinion of the majority. A solution that can never be philosophically founded, but is imposed by pragmatic phronesis. So, I've told you that I would speak about democracy, but I will speak too of building citizenship. And let me tell you a bit history of the building of citizenship in my country. Just because I've told Professor Marietta about this and she didn't know. So let me tell you, the history of Brazilian democracy and its electoral process requires to go back to the time when Brazil became independent from Portugal in 1922. We still had slaves. And I don't know if you know, Brazil was the last country in the world to end slavery in 1888, the last one. The following year, the Republic was proclaimed and a new constitution was needed. But the Brazilian elite found itself faced with a major problem. Our governments had great problem. The million of freed slaves, how to keep them outside of full citizenship in an inferior situation to the white people. How to maintain them out of citizenship. The big idea was to demand that to be a voter or a candidate in the elections, you had to know how to read and write. Oh, and at the same time, they removed the right to education and health from the new constitutional text that was approved in 1891. Can you imagine? We are talking about building citizenship. The consequence of this narrow view of our powerful elite is that in addition to excluding the poor people from political life, who coincidentally were also black men, and I say black men because women couldn't vote or be elected until 1932. And so this decision made Brazil the world record holder of illiteracy for decades and decades. And only in 1988 did the new constitution, created after 20 years of a military dictatorship, authorize voting illiterates who, despite all public policies aimed at education, still represent almost 10% of our population. Brazil's population exceeds 211 million inhabitants. So, when we think about trusting voting process, we have first to think about citizens, to give power to the people, as the other professor told us. What kind of power? The minimum is education. Because if you don't have a reasonable condition of choosing your life, your destiny, it is impossible for you even to trust. I hope, yes, for sure, it's not your situation. And so when we say that we are developing in Brazil a new scenario, and democracy is super, incredible, important to create this new scenario. I'm talking about, first of all, building citizenship. I think that is much more important than laws, norms. Because if people can't analyze the meaning of the roles, people can accept everything you give to them. Do you know what I mean?
Definitely.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Edna. Thank you very much. And I like to admit that I like two ideas that really caught my attention. I was able to understand the entire presentation just based on them, that democracy has no absolute truth. Citizenship is just as important as any other concept, even maybe it's kind of the essence of all of them. And the fact that we need to have the capacity to question our institutions, and that's really valuable. And thank you very much. And continuing on this aspect, I've always been interested, and probably you share my opinion, that we need to know more about fairness, transparency, and security based on public policies. And for this, my special guest today, Professor Osvaldo, will tell us a couple of comments and ideas and practical things that we can use. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you very much. I'm very happy to be here, and I'm from Brazil too. I'm a professor, and I'll talk a little bit about how to promote trust. And in this way, I think that fairness, transparency, and security, it's something important to find trust in institutions. So I will talk about the measures of Brazilian Superior Electoral Court to combat disinformation in these three perspectives. These initiatives are essential to preserve the integrity of electoral process and ensure that voters can make informed decisions free from the influence of false information. Brazil suffers too much with fake news, too much, especially with the use of social media and communication apps like WhatsApp. Brazil will have in this year municipal elections, and the role of judiciary, it's very important to make ground of this kind of trust in a voter perspective. And so I will list some of the main actions and initiatives of our Superior Electoral Court to make this truth real, concrete. The first one is regulations updates on elections of this year. In March, the Superior Court approved some new regulations aimed to update electoral propaganda. These updates are very important in addressing the modern challenges posed by technology and disinformation. A key innovation is the regulation of artificial intelligence used in political campaigns. Artificial intelligence can create deepfakes and other misleading content, and these new regulations aim to stop these practices. So we have prohibition of deepfakes. Deepfakes now is banned in Brazil, officially banned. Candidates found using deepfakes could have their candidacy or mandate revoked. We have too the need of disclosure of artificial intelligence use. Campaigns must now disclose when artificial intelligence is used in their advertisements. This transparency helps voters understand when they are interacting with or viewing AI-generated content. Also, we have a restriction on bots. The new rules also restrict the use of bots to simulate interaction with candidates, ensure that voters are not deceived by automatic responses. Another important improvement is big tech accountability. This is very important. Platforms are now held responsible for not quickly removing harmful content. These include disinformation, hate speech, and content promoting ideologies against democracy like Nazism and fascism. The second measure is the creation of integrated center for combating disinformation and defense of democracy. Established in March of this year, this center aims to coordinate efforts to combat disinformation and hate speech in all electoral periods. The Integrated Center will facilitate cooperation between the electoral justice system, public bodies, and private entities, including social media platforms and messaging services, ensuring the enforcement of new regulations. Another important improvement is real-time communication. During this year's elections, the Integrated Center will maintain real-time communication with all 27 Brazilian regional electoral courts, increasing the ability to respond quickly to false information. And finally, we have educational campaigns. The center will also organize education campaigns against disinformation and hate speech, promoting democracy and the role of electoral justice in the country. The third measure promoted was the electoral disinformation alert system, a digital system. The most important innovation of this system is citizen involvement. The alert system was launched in June of 2022 to empower citizens to report misleading content. The system allows individuals to actively participate in identifying and combating disinformation. And how it works. People can submit reports via Electoral Superior Court portal, listing various types of disinformation. These reports are then evaluated by digital platforms and authorities to determine if they violate laws or platform policies. It's important to say that by involving people, the system helps monitor and reduce the spread of false information, ensuring a more transparent electoral environment. Finally, another important measure is the Disinformation Combat Program. This initiative deals with the damage effects of false narratives on the electoral justice, on the electronic voting systems, on the various stages of the electoral process. The program has over 150 partners, including social media platforms, public and private institutions, and professional organizations. The program's partners are public universities, startups, trade associations such as the Brazilian Association of Radio and Television Broadcasters, the Brazilian Press Association, and the Brazilian Internet Association. Partners assist to monitoring and exposing false information, disseminating correct information, and educating the public on how to identify and report false content. This clarification is disseminated to the population through the fato ou boato, fact or rumor website. Finally, it's important to say that Superior Court tried to provide citizen guidance on elections. In collaboration with the Brazilian Federal Court of Accounts, the Electoral Court provides citizens with 5 essential tips for identifying and avoiding the spread of false narratives. The first one is question information. Always verify details and sources before sharing any content. Second, check multiple sources. Look for validation for reputable news outlets to ensure the information is real. The next, verify dates. Ensure the information is current and contextually precise, as outdated or misplaced content can be misleading. Access language. Be cautious of sensationalist language and grammatical errors, which are common in fake news. And the last one is detect deepfakes. Stay vigilant about content that may be digitally manipulated to distort reality. In conclusion, the Brazilian Superior Court approach to combating disinformation involves 1. Update regulations. 2. Fostering interinstitutional cooperation. And 3. Empowering citizens to identify and report false content. I think that these measures are essential for safeguarding the integrity of electoral process and ensuring informed democratic participation. Through these efforts, the Superior Court aims to create a fair and more transparent electoral environment, protecting the fundamental right of voters to make decisions based on real and reliable information. It's the real building of trust. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I'd like also to thank Professor Osvaldo for sharing his experience, and also really nice that you managed to present to us the part with the prevention, which is focused on education, and it brought me into mind the experiment that Professor Marieta Safta presented with our students, and on reactive measures that centered on AI, disinformation, and messaging utility, and accountability, which is the most important thing. And I also like to thank our audience. You are great. You also replied to the questions. I'm sure that you have lots of comments and ideas. Maybe you can get the time outside freely. As I told you before, these are specialists that devoted their life to protecting democracy in the upper echelons of authorities, in education system, and in law system. Thank you again for being here. Thank you for sharing your ideas, and have a pleasant day with our host.
Thank you. So let's see, Caroline, maybe you can also take a microphone and we will make the, so to say, official wrap-up, right, of the forum. Exactly. So let's see, what have you prepared for us for the first part?
A very, very, very short combination of a couple of announcements. We know you're all hungry and you've been so engaged over the past days. Thank you so much for that. And in about 15 minutes, we will go to lunch in the garden. But before that, we want to welcome 2 more people. As you know, maybe the forum is a traveling conference, and one of the challenges that we're in a different place every time. And so one of our main aims is really to have sustainable, concrete and meaningful outcomes. So I'm very glad to announce that this year that will not just be the yearly report of the state of direct democracy, which was presented earlier, but also a research network that will look into the successes and failures of democracy promotion in Central and Eastern Europe. It will make recommendations for the future, and it will also make an indexation of available financing. So I would like to welcome Sorin Ionica, the head of Expert Forum, the leader of the think tank, the leading think tank in Romania for political science. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There is no leading think tank in political science in Romania. I mean, that would be too much to say. Just in 2 minutes, my name is Sorin Ionica, so I work for this small think tank, which is called Expert Forum. And what I want to express is a thank you note, actually, and a pre-announcement. The thank you note is for the Swiss Democracy Foundation, who is a co-organizer and founder of this event. In parallel, we have just started a small research project, as Caroline said. It is about the instruments of democratization. So we will look back at 3 decades of efforts of democratization in our region, Eastern Europe basically, and especially Romania, and reflect very hard and cold what worked and what not, because I think we have a lot of illusions about democratization and what is effective in promoting them. What are the instruments? A whole range, I mean, that were deployed from the early years of the 90s, where you had the Council of Europe, you know, with criteria, building pluralism, monitoring elections, creating free and fair elections, institutions. Then the European Union with, if you remember, the pre-accession criteria, Copenhagen criteria about rule of law. Of course, the financing, the inducement, which came from different directions, EU, but also bilateral partners which were available in the region. And they financed, actually, institutions, including, you know, judiciary. There were grants for the institutions that secure the full democracy, like the mass media, you know, who keeps horizontal accountability, and watchdog organizations were very important. And then you had you might ask yourself, but why today? Why this year? I mean, looks a bit out of place, no? We think about why instruments of democratization today? I mean, yeah, 15, 20 years ago, it would have been a question completely out of place, because if you remember 2004, when Central Europe joined the European Union, and then in 2007, Romania and Bulgaria, right, and the process was completed, everybody was optimistic. I mean, mission accomplished. Why are we even speaking about democratization? Everybody is a member. And then we realized countries can backslide on democracy and on everything else. And as somebody mentioned in the previous panel, we are now having in the region, but in Europe as well, a closing of the political space. We are having a pushback against democracy in new member states, but also some old member states, I have to say. You have the situation in Georgia today, where 80% of the population wants into the EU, but the regime is going in the other direction. And if you read the media today, there are titles, headlines, do something, please, Brussels, do something. You see, what can we do? So what are actually the instruments? Sanctions? They can be part of the menu of democratization also, the sanctions, not just inducement and financing. So to conclude, we will look at the whole menu back 3 decades, what worked and what not, and we promised with the partners from the Swiss Democratic Foundation that in October we will report back. So there will be a report, a written report, focusing on Romania, and if successful, and you will judge it kindly, we will have probably a second phase expanding a little bit the geographical reach. And I think the conclusions will be good not just for us in the region, but for donors, for the Western partners, for international institutions, because many times we fly blind. I mean, we assume many things. So yeah, let's do that. Let's do some grants. Oh, you have the European Union with so many cohesion funds available even for civil society, the media, micro grants. Yeah, but you know what? The structure is they all go through the government, through the ministries, because this is EU financing, not so much directly like the bilateral donors before in the 90s, who left in the 2000s. And now we have on the plate Ukraine, Moldova, Western Balkans, and we are asking ourselves, how can we do to speed, what can we do to speed up the process and to fix these countries which have problems, each in its own way? You know, the mission has not been accomplished. And instead of fixing the new countries, the candidate countries, we are seeing backsliding in the member states, and we are wondering ourselves, like in the previous years, what can we do with Viktor Orban? Can you apply sanctions inside the European Union? Is it going to work? Is it going to, not just to promote democratization in new territories, but can we stop the anti-democratization in member states? What instruments do we have at hand? So I hope we will deliver to you something which is valuable in October, and then with our partners, and then have a second stage so that by next year, around this time, when again we have the Global Forum, we will be able to have a full picture and have a panel and present it to you. Look, guys, these things worked, these things didn't work, so let's focus on something that works. And hopefully there will be something that works, because if not, we are in a very deep trouble.
Thanks a lot, Sorin. Very powerful words, and we're looking forward for your work. So I think we have one more announcement, right, Carol?
And one more question from me for you guys. So maybe you can show the website that I shared with you. Yeah, so here is a QR code. You can also find it on the Global Forum website, but if you haven't looked at that, you can also scan it now. And then we're just gonna, for a quick 20 minutes, discuss the final declaration and vote on it. I hope that's okay with everybody. I'm joking. So so you can either scan this or you can go to 2024globalforum.com. And then there you will find this website, and maybe we can now show the other page. So, as you know, each Global Forum finishes with a declaration on modern direct democracy. We try to make this in a participatory way, and we used to have this with live voting sessions where people live redact a draft declaration. We've made the draft declaration already, but we're not going to live redact it now in this session. Instead, we are using the Consul platform, that is a democracy platform, a deliberative platform, where you can all go to and comment this document. Right now it's shown in German, but it has a translation function. You can also do this in English or in Spanish. So I would invite all of you and all of the people who are not here, but you've spoken to over the past days, who were here, to go to this website to comment this declaration. We will keep it open for another 2 days, so 3 days in total, and then we will send you the final declaration when we've taken all of your comments into account. If you have any questions on how this platform works, so we got some help from Meer Democratie and the Consul Foundation. Over there is Simon. He can answer all of your questions. Don't ask me.
So let's see now, because, okay, we are closely getting to wrap up this forum, but let's see whether we know where are we going to go next, because that's also a good question. You know, we need to be forward-looking. So let's see if we can guess on which continent we will be heading next year for the Global Forum on Modern Direct Democracy. Do we have a guess? Europe, Africa? Micronesia, okay. Okay. Sorry? Caribbean. Oh, okay, okay. Would be the weather would be nicer than today. Yeah, okay. So next year, let's put some drum rolls, right? So next year, the Global Forum on Modern Direct Democracy will be in Africa. It will take place in Botswana, and I would like to welcome here also next to me the one that will introduce actually and make the big news on how exactly we are going to proceed to have the Global Forum on Modern Direct Democracy in Botswana. Please, Kaelo Meferek.
Thank you so much. I'm pleased to be here. My name is Kaelo Molefe. I work as the advisor to His Excellency, the President of Botswana. I'm focusing on governance. Like I said, it's a pleasure to be part of the family. Botswana, I'll just give you a snapshot of Botswana. Little country in Southern Africa. When we gained independence in 1966, we were considered a lost hope. There wasn't anything happening for us. We were the poorest country in the world, and bordered by anti-democratic states in South Africa. There was Rhodesia in the north, Namibia in the west. Despite whatever our circumstances, we've turned out to be the longest uninterrupted democracy in Africa. So Botswana provides an exemplary case of good governance, least corruption in Africa, strong leadership in terms of our institutions. We are partners with many other organizations throughout the world. We have not had an opportunity to engage with Global Forum on Direct Democracy. So this is going to be a huge milestone for us in terms of offering us an opportunity for insight, learning experiences from others, and perhaps providing a platform for the forum to take active engagement, particularly in Africa where there's huge reversal of democracy. So it will be a pleasure to have you in Gaborone next year. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Kaelo. And you know, if you need some pieces of advice and everything that you would need to know, do not hesitate to come to us, and not only to Caro and myself, but also to the amazing team that had made all of this possible. I would like to invite for a big, huge round of applause the amazing team of people that were behind the Global Forum on Modern Direct Democracy. Please. So I am very glad, thank you very much. I'm very glad to welcome here our volunteers, as you can see, and also the amazing project manager from Europulse, Francesca, that coordinated this whole team.
So thank you very much. Thank you very much for all those who have submitted subjects, ideas, sessions, ideas, and so on and so forth. We had more than 70 sessions until now. We had 2 yoga sessions, 1 wine tasting. We had 3 study visits. I'm the girl with the numbers. And we thank you very much. I hope you had a great time in Bucharest, Romania. You will visit us soon. And thank you for all those who have contributed and who have made this event possible. And maybe we'll see you next year in Botswana also.
I have more thank yous, and then we can really go to lunch. So I would really like to thank our permanent partners, the Swiss Democracy Foundation, especially Adrian and Andy, who worked really hard for this forum. Meer Democratie, who are here extremely numerously and who contributed a lot of sessions, and we especially also thank Anselm for that. These forums take a lot of work, so I want to thank our local partners, the university and the city, but first and foremost Europulse, their amazing team of volunteers, and of course Francesca and Tana for hosting us in your wonderful city and for all the amazing work. I also want to thank especially the Democracy International team, Anja, Sophie, Anna, Daniela, York for the occasion, Andreas, but mostly Josephine and Lorenza, who have really shaped this forum and helped keep it on track behind the scenes. And I want to thank the two people without whom we would not be here, Bruno and Joe, for inventing the forum and for keeping this going.
Indeed, thank you.
And then, very, very lastly, I want to thank all of you for joining us year after year, maybe for the first time, maybe for the 12th time. We really, really appreciate this community. We appreciate your expertise and your enthusiasm, but mostly the passion and the joy that you bring to these forums. We are so proud of all the campaigns that come out of this, of the tools that are invented here and the alliances that get shaped here. So we hope that we can keep doing this for many more years. Thank you.
Indeed. So this being said, this concludes the 12th edition of the Global Forum of Modern Direct Democracy, Eurosfat 2024. I hope you enjoyed Romania, I hope you enjoyed Bucharest, and bon appetit.
And wait, you have one more job before we eat. We take a family photo in the garden with all of the participants who are here.